Check, mic check. A bit loud. Check, check. Mic check, 1, 2. Okay. Okay, what a day. What a day. Gonna get back into it. Okay, so we're live once again. I got some messages from a friend on Discord I need to check. Okay. Ooh. Oh, man. try and drink some caffeine. I just need to wake up today. I just haven't been able to do it. Oh boy. Oh, I'm messaging a recruiter. I throw like 5 to 10 applications out there a day, and I don't ever hear back from anybody. So I think I'm doing something wrong. So I'm trying to message recruiters to see if they can help me. Hopefully this guy gets back to me. And I didn't take my medicine yet. Say hi in the chat if you join up. It it makes me feel better knowing I'm not just talking to myself. Still drinking the first cup of coffee for the day. That's probably what the problem is. I didn't have my morning coffee. Excuse me. I should probably mute the mic if I'm going to sit here and burp. Oh, hey Phoebus, happy Monday, man. Yep, I'm trying to message recruiters and stuff. So thanks for saying hi. It's really good to know you're around, brother. Hey Swanty, welcome to the live stream. It's Phoebus is here in the other chat, and he's stuck on the phone because Mondays are always crazy for him, I'm sure. Oh, and I just slow getting going today. I'm still having my first cup of coffee. I'm still trying to wake up. I don't know what my problem is. I just got to keep pushing through. And live streaming this stuff actually helps, believe it or not. I'm messaging a recruiter right now. Business Development Manager at Fast Talent and Career Advocate is his title. In other words, he's a recruiter. In other words, he gets paid if he finds me a job. And I am just beginning to make the introduction. I'd love to get something scheduled with you. There we go. Oh, it's late over there, huh? Damn, where are you? Hold on. Let's just ask the computer. Where in the world is it 7:30? Actually 7:40 right now. I'm gonna find out where Swanty is. Oh, you could be in Argentina. You could be in Buenos Aires. You could be in Australia. Yeah, where in the world is Swanty? Oh, wait, no. current time, most popular. Oh, this website is useless. That is not what I wanted. Oh, this is what I get for not asking Bob. Oh, I have a viewer who says it's 7:40 p.m. right now. Where they are, it's only 1:41 p.m. my time. Where in the world is Swanty? No, the list that I was looking at was wrong. Possible regions: Eastern Europe, Finland, Greece, Egypt. Oh, wait. Sweden, yes. That makes sense. I was thinking Eastern Europe. Man, world time is really complicated. Oh no, hold on. Oh, here it is. No, here we go. Hold on. Okay, here we go.
Sooner or later, every programmer has to deal with time zones, and I can't really offer much advice here. I can offer a cautionary tale. I can tell you why you really should never, ever deal with time zones if you can help it. Let's imagine that someone has built an application.
Yeah, ditto. Everybody I've ever interacted with from Sweden, always real stand-up people.
That lets you calculate how many seconds something is in the past. You type in a date and a time, it gives you the number of seconds. And they look at that and think, okay, that kind of works for me, but let's add a little box that lets you change the time zone. So if you're comparing between now.
I'm gonna hide my my webcam. I got to give myself a injection for my hormone therapy. So just bear with me while we watch this.
In New York, and 5 days ago in London, you can work that out, and that's fine. You know, the little drop down lets you change which hour forward or backward of Greenwich you are. Brilliant. Sooner or later, after it gets a bit popular, they'll get a call from Australia. And Australia will say, "G'day, mate." I'm not going to try and do accents. I just shouldn't do accents. Australia will say, "Hello. By the way, we're 9.5 hours ahead of Greenwich." And the program will go, "Really?" I'll say, yeah, 9.5 hours. Oh, okay, I'll add a special case for you. That's fine. Then a little bit later, someone will call from Nepal, and they'll say, "Hello. We're 5.25 hours ahead of Greenwich." And they'll say, "Really?" I say, yeah, we've been that for ages. Yeah, 5.25 hours. Great, okay. And they'll put in a special case, and maybe they'll look up the list of time zones, the canonical list that tells you what everything is, and they'll make sure they've covered every time zone in the world. And then autumn will come along, and we'll get a call from England. And England will say, excuse me, we're an hour out at the minute.
thank you.
And they'll work, hold on, the clock's just changed. That's fine. No, we dealt with that. We made a note of when daylight saving changes for us, and we put that in. And England will say, no, see, daylight saving changes a week earlier for us. It's different depending on where you live. We shift our clocks back a week before you do. And at that point, generally the programme will start to hold their head in their hands and realise what they've got themselves into. And that's fine. You know, they'll put that in and they will deal with each country shifting to daylight savings time on a different day. And they'll look at the file that tells them how to do that and they'll copy all that in. And then they'll get a call from someone in the southern hemisphere again who will say, yeah, well, we're not shifting back in the autumn, we shift forward. Our spring is in November. And at that point they'll generally start looking longingly at their intoxicant of choice and wondering whether they should have a quick drink before keeping going, and then they'll code that in as well. And then they'll get a call from Samoa, out in the Pacific on the international date line, and Samoa will say, hello, yeah, we skipped a day the other year, and the programme will say, what? So yeah, we skipped a day. We went from December the 29th, 2011, to December the 31st. We shifted from one side of the international date line from being hours and hours behind Greenwich to being hours and hours ahead of Greenwich. It helps us with trading with Australia. Can you take account of that when you work out how many days things are and how many seconds things are in the past? It's fine. There's a file that tells you when any country has changed its time zone, and it turns out that happens fairly often. But they're announced ahead of schedule, so as long as you keep that file updated and code that into your programme's logic as well, it'll be fine. Then you look back and you notice that during World War II, England had double British summer time. It went completely onto BST and then just added an extra hour, so it was 2 hours ahead of Greenwich despite having Greenwich. That's fine, you deal with that. It's changed. If you notice, I'm starting talking as if it was you or me, because I've done this before and it's really, really frustrating. And you make sure that you subscribe to the list of when countries are going to change their time zones, which happens, apparently, many times. Like, sometimes several times in a year, because governments change over. And then the programmer, this mythical programmer, gets a call from Libya, who in 2013, with only a couple of days' notice, decided that they weren't going to put the clocks back. With enough notice that it wasn't possible for anyone to get the update out in time, and meaning that every Libyan computer, no matter what operating system it ran, was an hour out. It's okay, you read the news article about that and you hurriedly code that in as well. And then you get a call from the West Bank, where the Israeli population is on a different time zone to the Palestinian population, because one is following Israel and one isn't. And now you have
I am Jack's total lack of surprise at that fact.
two populations of people in the same location who are following different time zones. And now they're all having to ask themselves whether they're on this time zone or this one, depending on who they are and where they are. And there's no way to code that into your program. And then you get a call from the historian who says, right, I'm trying to calculate some times back in the 18th century. And we changed from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar. And it's not that we lost about 3 weeks. It's just that we skipped right from this date to this date and missed the others. And can you code it so that it just kind of works that out for me? And it's fine, because someone else has already told you when those dates are, and you can code that into your program's logic as well. But now it's looking really long and really complicated. It's a tangled mess of spaghetti code that somehow works out. And then you get a call from the Russian historian who says, yeah, we only changed the Gregorian calendar in the 20th century. And it turns out that the dates that you skip change depending on your location. And can you deal with that as well? And then you get a call from the British historian who says that until, I think it was the 16th century, the year started on the 25th of March. Just to blow your mind there. On the 24th of March, 924, and then it will be the 25th of March, 925, and that is the next day, because you have gone from December 31st, 924 to January the 1st, 924, because it goes in that order and it's massively complicated. And then you get the call from the astrophysicist who says, by the way, we just had a leap second. And at this point, you just kind of go, what? Leap seconds. Because the Earth does not rotate at a constant speed. It slows down, it speeds up as tectonic plates move about and magnetic fields shift or something like that. And so occasionally, the International Astronomical Union will work out whether we need a leap second. And if you do, the clocks go 23, 59, 58, and then it's 23, 59, 59, and then instead of going like any sensible time zone would, it goes 23, 59, 60, and everything breaks because suddenly you have 61 seconds in a minute. So depending on your implementation, either your clock gets 1 second out of sync with the rest of the world, or it repeats a second. The way you're meant to deal with this is something called the Unix timestamp. A number file, I think, has talked about this before, that you have this number that started at the first exact second of 1970 and increments 1 second per second, constantly, tick, tick, tick. And that's great because what you're meant to do is you take whatever date has been given you and you calculate that as a Unix timestamp and you put that into your database. And that'll just deal with leap seconds, except it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. Because you have universal coordinated time, which includes leap seconds, in that it repeats occasionally, and it just includes 23, 59, 60. And then you have astronomical time, which does not include leap seconds, and has steadily been getting out of sync with the rest of the world because we need to look at the stars and design telescopes around it. And what you learn after dealing with time zones is that what you do is you put away your code. You don't try and write anything to deal with this. You look at the people who have been there before you. You look at the first people, the people who have dealt with this before, the people who have built the spaghetti code, and you go to them and you thank them very much for making it open source, and you give them credit, and you take what they have made and you put it in your program, and you never ever look at it again, because that way lies madness. Google actually has a really, really good approach to leap seconds that they invented themselves. There's an article about it on their blog, I think, that explains it. And they do something called a leap smear. Because having 61 seconds in a minute, or because having a clock tick back a second, can be really, really bad for massive agencies that sort of have to synchronize everything really precisely and have to trust that one bit of data was stored before another. They essentially smear the second out over the whole day. They increase their clock by a microsecond at a time, tick, 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 all the way through the day, so that it's sometimes maybe even half a second out from reality. But as long as everything on their servers is half a second out, it's built to be out of sync with the world, as long as it knows that one thing happened before another. Like, having continuity is more important than actually having accurate time.
Isn't that crazy? There's so many interesting technical things that people had to overcome that just blow my mind. It's like, man, what am I doing with my life? I'm just automating procedures so people can file a trouble ticket easier. And this guy's over here solving world time synchronization problems. What am I doing with my life? Yeah. Yeah, that's the trick there, isn't it, Phoebus? The transformation for the people. The machine can read it just fine. But not the humans. The job hunt continues. In fact, I just got done messaging a recruiter. I messaged a recruiter that I found him through LinkedIn, and I guess I ended up applying to a couple of jobs that he's the account manager of or something. And I just sent him a message. And these people look legit. They got a nice. I got a big Trustpilot rating, so it's not like it's. The other thing you got to worry about is like just people writing fake jobs and fake websites just to scrape your data. No, I don't think so. I'm reaching out to another. In fact, let me just go sign up for that right now. Let me go chat with them. Let's see here. So explore careers. I already did that. Find a job. Sign in. Okay, let's do that. Sign in. There we go. Because I applied to like 10 different jobs through this agency here. They haven't reached out to me, so I'm trying to figure out what to do next. I've used this company, this agency before to like hire people to work for the company that I was working for at the time. So I know they're around. I know they have a business. Okay. Okay, so I got signed in. Okay, we'll chat about your experience, your goals, and what your ideal job looks like. Then so check out the open jobs, find the ones you like, and submit your resume. Just email your recruiter. Okay, so like I did step 1, and now step 2 is we'll chat about your experience, your goals, and what your ideal job looks like. Okay, so contact. I got laid off. I didn't get fired. I got laid off. So I get unemployment and stuff, but it's not a lot. And I would much rather get back to work instead of just sitting around on unemployment. I'd rather make more money. I basically automated myself out of a job. We started getting all these. I implemented all these AI tools and workflows and stuff, and they they reduced the size of the customer support department by like 80% in the first round of layoffs, and then they reduced it by like another 50% in the second round of layoffs, and then that's when I got laid off. So all I did for that company was organized chaos for 7 years. I'm kind of glad it's over, to be honest with you. I organized all of their chaos. They didn't need me to organize chaos anymore. I guess I'm just going to give them a call. They got an 855 number. All right. I'm going to hit the mute on the mic and give this phone number a call. Okay, so uh, they have a, don't call us, we'll call you policy, I guess. You're supposed to apply for positions that you think you're going to be a good fit for on the website, which is what I've done. And you're supposed to allow 1 to 2 weeks for them to get back to you if they think you're a good fit. So considering I applied to those positions last week, we got to give it another week or two, until like the 16th or something to see if they're ever going to get back to me. So in the meantime, I guess I'll continue to apply for those positions and just going to keep reaching out to people. I don't know. Phoebus, I don't. If you can hear, if you don't have to run over to the keyboard or anything, but if you can hear me, and you do hear me telling you this, just let me know in chat eventually. I really could use your input on how to handle some upcoming situations. So if you're have the stamina or whatever to hang out tonight, that and let me ask you a couple of questions, I'd really appreciate it. I just need some guidance. That's all. I gotta talk to somebody about it. Oh no, Bali, no. In fact, I used the super basic. Here's how like the soccer and wine moms build their bakery website application thing. Like I'll show it to you later. We'll because I still haven't moved off the damn thing. It's on my list of things to do, which is build a better version of the website, but. I'm not. I'm still in the process of starting to drive traffic to it and all that kind of stuff. So I got to start. I got to start working in that online search engine optimization stuff and all that kind of crap. I got to start learning how to play that game. Yeah, I went through GoDaddy. GoDaddy made things pretty damn simple. Yeah. That's the catch. They got a nice little, anybody who can, navigate a basic website can build a web page nowadays, but it's going to say powered by whoever wrote the software on it. Remember back in the early 2000s when everything said powered by WordPress? Breeding cats? What kind of cats? Like purebreds? Specific breed? You selling some Bengals? People would be paying like tens of thousands of dollars for a cat. I think breeding pets is that's fine as long as you're doing it the right way, as long as it's not like a puppy mill or nothing. I think that's fine. And I'm not insinuating that you are. There's some people that say, you should just adopt all the pets at the shelter, and there is wisdom in that. But at the same time, some people don't want to rescue, and they want to pay a lot of money for a new puppers, and seems like a good residual income to have. Oh, look, how many months is it that how many litters a year do dogs have? 2 heats, 1 to 3. Dog should have no more than 3 to 4 litters in its lifetime. Okay, yeah. So if you got, you get a dog, and you have, let's say, average a 2 puppers every litter, and you've got 4 litters, that's 8 dogs. And if you let each one of those dogs go at like $4,000, that's a nice little payday. Yeah. Now this here is an entry level position, but I want to get back to work, so I'll just apply for it. Tracking purchase orders, vendor deliveries, inventory management, maintain action item logs, project schedules, risk registers is essential. Responsibilities include maintain action item logs, project schedules, and risk registers. Take accurate and detailed meeting minutes. Distribute summaries and follow up on outstanding actions. I did all this stuff at my last job for myself, because I'd get out of a meeting and I'd write and I'd take the minutes while I was doing it, and then I'd send it off to everybody, and that way there was a record of like, hey, we talked about this. You said you were going to do X, Y, Z. Communicate with external vendors, contractors. Yeah, I can do all this. All right, I will apply to this, even though it's not a lot of money. A clinical care health background is preferred but not required. Okay. Well, I mean, why not? Oh shit! I need to be taking. I need to be taking notes now. Hold on a second here. I just applied to this one, so let me copy this URL. I got to keep track of all this shit for the unemployment stuff. So let me go down here. So it is 5/5/2025 at 2:16 p.m. And here's the link. What the hell is going on? Copy. Paste. There we go. Let me take a screenshot. Save that. Post the screenshot here. Okay, and then I applied for another one at, let's just say 210 there. And this one I applied for at like 2:15 p.m. Okay, so I can close that. Now let's go back to the other job. It was this one. I applied for it. Yep, let's take a screenshot. Okay, let me get that URL. Okay, that's 2 other jobs applied for. I got a reminder here. It says make sure credit card is paid. So let me double check that right now. Okay, credit card is paid. And I already reached out to the staffing agency. Okay. No, that's a construction background. No, that's construction management too. Huh. Okay, tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to reach out to a different branch of that other staffing agency. So let me just put that on the calendar. Okay, all right. Well, I already applied to two jobs. I need to apply to at least 3 more. Let me just go through this list again. And then tomorrow, because I already contacted this agency and they basically said, don't call it, just apply for the jobs. And if we think you're a good fit, we'll call you. So that's what I'm doing. And they said they call me in a week or two. So it's only been like half a week. So I guess we just got to let that marinate. And then tomorrow I will call a different staffing agency and try to introduce myself. And hopefully have a better experience than I had with the branch in Seattle. So. I appreciate that, Nim Fever. I'll feel a lot better when I start hearing back from people. Right now I'm just sending out a bunch of applications and I don't hear back from anybody. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? Like, I had somebody help me with my resume. Okay, I will apply to this. They need an IT project manager. Let me do that. Okay, I'll apply to this. So it is 5/5/2/31 p.m. 2025. 2:31 p.m. Okay. And we'll hit apply. And let's give him the LinkedIn profile and the phone number. And we'll hit apply now. All right, that's 3. I've applied to 3. I'm going to apply to 2 more. I'm going to apply to 5. Yeah, I can do this. Build and maintain working relationships with various internal and external stakeholders. Manage communication and processes among stakeholders while tracking issue log through resolution. Company committed to blah, blah, blah. Direct and coordinate resources to ensure project progressed on schedule and within budget. Use project management tools to develop project charter, perform risk assessment, develop budget, identify critical path, monitor and track milestones, and deliverable timelines. Thanks, Chill Toaster. Yeah, I've gotten the automatic no a few days later too. So I'm trying to apply to at least 5 places a day. So I'm gonna do that, and then tomorrow, I'm applying to places through like a staffing agency. This was. I don't know if I should even apply to this because it looks like the job was posted back on November 10th, 2022. Maybe that's just banking project manager. Experience receivables, experience waterfall methodology. You see, like banking project manager, and they want you to do waterfall methodology. I've never seen waterfall methodology actually deliver anything on time. It's like waterfall methodology was developed in the freaking 70s. Like, there's better ways of doing stuff now. It blows my mind. Yep, so far so good. So I guess it takes them a week or two to get in touch with you because they've got like a backlog. Um, so the idea is that by the time somebody, I'm hoping, my fingers are crossed, by the time somebody gets around to looking at my account and all the places that I've applied to, there'll be a nice big chunk of jobs there. They'll be like, oh wow, this guy's serious. He's applied to, looks like he's applied to at least 5 places every day. You know? I guess I'll go ahead and apply for this one, even though the date on it says November 10th, 2022. It's a little weird, but I know this is an active company. I used their services less than a year ago for the company I was working for. It's one of the reasons I reached out to them. Five to 7 years of demonstrated project management experience, including managing one or more large complex projects. Yes. Required skills. Experience in healthcare insurance. Well, there goes that. Experience on regulatory and compliance projects preferred. Well, people that are subject matter experts on compliance and regulatory stuff aren't doing project management, they're doing compliance stuff. The project manager has to interview them to get the requirements. So I don't know why you want your project manager. You ain't paying enough for a project manager to have those skill sets. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go ahead and apply to this one. It's the worst they're going to say, no. I don't know. I got a bad feel. It's a post date November 10th, 2022. I think that's a dead job. I think I'm just going to be wasting my time, honestly. Banking project manager. Receivables experience, waterfall methodology. I can't in good conscience apply for a job where I know I'm going to be doing waterfall methodology, because all I've ever learned over the last 7 years is how it doesn't work. Like, I can't actually do waterfall methodology knowing all the problems with it. That's like an ethical thing. It's like you're asking me to use an axe when there's a chainsaw available. It's like, why can't I use the chainsaw? Well, we just like using the axe around here. We've been using the axe since the 1970s, and just the chainsaw is just kind of new and scary. It makes a lot of noise, and we'd have to change. That's another reason why I'm apprehensive about applying to that place. It's like, oh, you're stuck in development processes established in the 70s. Sounds like a great place to work. Slash sarcasm. Telecommunications project manager. Project manager responsible for management of all designated projects and associated budgets and schedules, including vendor, coordinating all deliverables and requirements of the entire cross-functional team. The person will represent the staffing agency as the expert on challenges relating to all projects. They will ensure that everyone involved is aware of challenges that will affect timely project completion or cost, and proactively seek to identify and communicate any schedule or budget risks. They will ensure all work conducted in accordance with company policies and procedures in support of company objectives. Lead internal and external development meetings with other managers and team members to review the status of each job and implement changes as necessary to ensure timely project completion. So project management. Responsible to negotiate costs, Within scope of project, hold vendor accountable to ensure the budget is maintained. Oh, so like an account project manager. They're calling it a telecommunications project manager. Develop accurate plot project plans, scope, and budget for all assigned projects. Modify as needed. I'll go ahead and apply for this telecommunications project manager role. Excuse me. Whew. Let me I'm gonna take a bio break. Give me like 5 minutes. I think that caffeine's finally kicking in. Oh man. Be right back. Man, I'm just dragging today. I'm gonna have to get up and do some exercise after finish applying to these jobs. Phew. Okay, here's one. They need a technical project manager to support current initiatives and upcoming scope, project ownership, manage end-to-end project lifecycle for complex solutions, including planning, execution, and delivery, the ability to understand technical elements of API development and orchestration on Kubernetes, stakeholder collaboration, partner with business, internal, external stakeholders, and leadership to understand project requirements and objectives, data analysis, analyze data to identify project risks, opportunities, and root cause of issues. Testing and experimentation, implement hypothesis-driven testing, A/B testing. They want... You're just throwing the QA portion into the job description, are you? You want the project manager to also do the quality assurance? Is that it? Probably not. You know what? It's remote. I'll give it a shot. Okay, that's 4. I'm going to apply to one more. Yeah, Phoebus sent me an article I definitely want to check out with you guys. Just going to apply to one more job, and then we'll move on to the next couple of steps. Okay, y'all, I'm going to change the agenda around. I think we're going to exercise next because I'm just sitting over here yawning and. See that? See what I mean? So I get up and do some exercise, maybe wake myself up a bit. All right, I applied to 5 other jobs through that staffing agency. I said it could take up to 2 weeks to get back to me, so I'm trying to be patient. Phoebus just sent 2 leaks for jobs. Okay, let's go check those out. Save them for tomorrow. Okay, I'll do them tomorrow. Let's go check out the. Let me go move my work stuff over to the private monitor here. Yeah, let's do the workout. Let me switch on over here. Thanks for sending me those links, Phoebus. I will apply for those first thing tomorrow. I appreciate you. Let me go get changed real quick. I'm gonna put on like a workout shirt and some workout shorts on real quick. And we're gonna get up and move around a bit because I'm falling asleep. Okay, y'all. Let's change the agenda a little bit. Let's put exercise here. Make that a 2. Make that a 3. Okay, it feels. I really like having this agenda here. It makes me feel like I'm accomplishing something on a daily basis. It's very, very satisfying to mark that completed. I gotta tell you. Okay. And let me pull over the exercise stuff. There we go. So if you folks can, I would encourage you to get up and move around at your own desk. We don't have to go to the gym. We can just get up and exercise right here at the computer desk. And I've got to do this. If I don't, I'm on hormone replacement therapy. If I don't get up and move around, I get anxious as fuck, and then the being anxious all the time gets me all stressed out, and then it's just all downhill. I have to work out. I have to. And now that I've started working out again on a daily basis, I'm starting to feel a lot better too. So I kind of stopped working out when I got laid off. I guess I just got depressed or something. You kind of tie your self-worth into how much money you can make. And when you're not making any money, you don't feel like you're worth anything, although I know that's not true. But you still think it. So we're gonna get up and move around, do some stretches. We'll do this first one here, some stretches. This works some of the core, and gets that low. I'm tall, so I gotta do stuff for my lower back. So this roll back's part of that. I don't know how to do. I still haven't figured out how to do this around whatever they call this. I haven't been able to look this up. Let me see if I can look that up real quick. And then we're going to take a look at the video script that I've got. And then we're going to set up the premiere for the Skyrim music video. I'll even play a preview of it here for everybody that's here. It's basically ready to go. I just need to upload it to YouTube and say it's going to launch on a Friday or something. And then make some posts on social media and do the hype thing, Considering I promised that I'd get that thing done back in 2012. Been quite the journey to get that thing done. Around the world, exercise, on knees. Kettlebell around the world. Oh, okay. I think I can get a kettlebell. Let me go see if I can be right back. Hold on. Well, BRB. Kettlebell. All right, now these I can do. That looks like a good workout right there. I'm gonna do that. Okay. Let me pull chat back up. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna hit the mute so y'all don't have to hear me huffing and puffing. Okay, give me like, I'm gonna go walk around for like 5 minutes just to cool down, and then we'll kick it and review the script for the next video. Be back in like 5 minutes. Oh, just catching up on chat here. It looks like Noob Fever's got himself a food scale. That's good. That's good. To quote Obi-Wan Kenobi, you've taken your first step into a larger world. A world of gains. Okay, I'm feeling a little bit better since I exercised and cooled down. It's just been an off day for me today. I guess, not every day can be badass, Can't kick ass all the time. Well, some people do. But I'm not those people. Oh, not yet anyway. Okay. No one kicks ass all the time. They're liars, yeah. Yeah, it's true. All right, let's update the agenda. This is my favorite part of the day right here, is updating the agenda. Especially after getting something done. And not just skipping over it because I'm tired. Which is what we did yesterday. I had to take a nap yesterday. I was just completely out of it. Let's look at the calendar real quick. That's why I keep it. Oh, it is Monday. Oh, that was Sunday. Oh, Jesus. I thought yesterday was Monday. I thought today was Tuesday. Oh, man. All right. Well, I'm on the same page now. We applied to 5 jobs. We did. Okay, so we scratched that off. And then let's go ahead and move the stretch and mace bell exercise right there. So we got that done. And I got my testosterone shot, and I reached out to the contracting agency. Go ahead and put the live stream on here too. There we go. Never trust someone who doesn't make mistakes. Amen to that. Okay. Good luck in your meeting, Phoebus. That was a little loud, wasn't it? Let me turn that down a bit. There we go. I'm trying to talk over it. I don't need to be trying to talk over it. This is gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna have a good time making this video. Let me show you. Some of y'all don't know what a Gantt chart is. Let me show you. This is a Gantt chart. I could take the day off streaming Swansea. I could. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. I got to try to make the most of the weekdays because I got to be job hunting and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe I'll take off. Maybe I'll take off this weekend, like Saturday and Sunday, and just take time for myself. But I gotta push through until Friday at least. But that's a good idea. Anyway, this is a Gantt chart. Look at how nice and organized everything is. The infrastructure assessment. Look, the infrastructure assessment's only going to take 20 days. How do we know that? We don't. We just assume it's going to take 20 days. And when it takes 25 days and all the other stuff that it needs to be done before everything else can get done, all these other dates get pushed out. That's why a Gantt chart is never accurate, ever. I've worked in software development project management damn near for the last 12 years. Well, for the first 2 years, I didn't know what project management was. I just thought a Trello board was something the software company I was working for used. I thought they had a cool system. And then I learned that project management's a thing, and I was like, holy shit. So yeah, I was a little ignorant, but I learned quick. And this just doesn't fly. This is a factory mindset. It's not a software development mindset. Can we get a picture of Mr. Royce here? Here, copy. Here he is. That looks like a software engineer from the 1990s. Director in Lockheed Software Technology Center in Austin, Texas. Yeah. Pioneer in the field of software development. Known for his 1970s paper, which the waterfall model for software development was mistakenly drawn. Mistakenly, that's great. Uncle Bob Martin mentioning the straw man promotion of waterfall in his talk. Oh. Okay. I'm actually kind of interested in what he has to say here. Hold on.
But hordes of young testosterone-driven boys need discipline imposed upon them from above. And what better discipline than the waterfall model? In 1970, Winston Royce creates this model, He creates it as a straw man to say, hey, this doesn't work, but nobody apparently listened to him.
Oh, that's funny. It's funny to me because, yeah, I've been in a situation like that before, more than once.
Because they took his picture, and that is his picture right there, stolen right out of his original paper, and they copied it and pasted it with real paste, by the way, into documents of the day. And waterfall became the kind of default process. And I speculate here that the reason behind that was that the average age of the programmer had dropped by 10 years. We were now dealing with a lot of boys in their 20s, and you have to give them some kind of process. Looking back, to look ahead, we're 1970 now. The waterfall era had begun, and it would stay for 30 years. And what would happen to all those programs?
It's still being used, bro. It's been going on for like 40 and 50 years in some sectors. I just turned down applying for a job because they were like, we want you to do software development in the waterfall method. No thanks.
Time frame. Programmers like me and James. Yeah, and then not became managers. Yeah. I speculate that the number of programmers doubles every 5 years. This is the only way to rationalize the fact that we started with one programmer in 1945 and we now have hundreds of millions. So there's clearly some kind of exponential growth curve here. And you can do, I did some research to look at old job postings and headhunter reports and things like that, and I came up with this very rough figure that our population doubles every 5 years, which means that we have, by the 1995, tens of millions of programmers, half of whom have less than 5 years experience. If we're doubling every 5 years, then we always have half the programmers with less than 5 years experience, which leaves our industry in a state of perpetual inexperience. We cannot escape from this as long as we are doubling every 5 years. And that leads to a very unfortunate situation. There aren't enough teachers to teach the new people coming in. And so the new people coming in must repeat the mistakes made by everyone else over and over and over and over, and there seems to be no cure for this. Now, what's changed? Well, hardware's changed. Hardware has changed. Think of the difference between the Ace and my laptop.
Right.
Or you don't even have to go back that far. Think of the difference between a PDP-8 and my laptop.
Shit.
PDP-8 could execute 500,000 instructions per second. My laptop can go 10,000 times faster. 10,000 times faster. PDP-8 had 4K of core. That thing's got 16 gigabytes of RAM, and that's considered small nowadays. PDP-8 had 32K words of disk.
Yeah, shit. The desktop that I'm on probably outperforms that thing by millions of calculations now, because the hardware that I've got in this thing, combined with offloading certain processes to the GPU, yeah, it's gotta be tens of millions of times faster.
That thing has a terabyte of SSD.
When was this done? 8 years ago? So maybe. So 8 years ago, so like dual core was like the standard back then. So he probably had a Core 2 Duo. So that's what, two cores, 8 threads.
SD, not even a disk anymore. Just a terabyte of solid state memory. And if you add up all the differences, you can very easily convince yourself that that machine there is 22 orders of magnitude more powerful than a PDP-8. I have lived through 22 orders of magnitude of growth in the hardware.
That's fucking awesome.
Remember the article that speculated about the iPhone? that was written by Jack Gantz. And if I remember correctly, Jack wrote this series of articles, which was really fun. At the end of the series of articles, he said, okay, now here's an iPhone. How many transistors are in it? And he speculates, he says, at least a trillion. At least a trillion. Trillion transistors. Now, what if you did that in tubes? You'd need a trillion tubes. Now you can do some very interesting math. How big a building would you need to house a trillion tubes? And the math there works out to be, I believe it was 170 vehicle assembly buildings. The big building at NASA, the biggest building in the world, 170 of those, just to house the tubes. It would mass as much as 2,500 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers, the biggest aircraft carrier made. It would require a lot of power at 1 watt per tube. It would require a terawatt, requiring us to build 500 2-gigawatt nuclear power plants, the biggest nuclear power plants. It would cost.
When he says tubes, he's talking about the vacuum tubes that the silicon microprocessor replaced. So when we went from the vacuum tubes and things like that over to the silicon wafer, with the silicon wafer, you can get all those transistors a lot smaller than any. You can't miniaturize the vacuum tube technology anymore. They hit I guess the word's an evolutionary dead end. And if you were to build an iPhone, what he's saying here is that if you were to build an iPhone using the old method of manufacturing vacuum tubes and things like that, the equivalent pieces that you would need would be like a trillion vacuum tubes, and it would take like 20. NASA's got the biggest building in the world where they assemble the satellites and the space shuttles and things like that, the rockets and stuff, and you would need like 27 of those buildings filled with big giant machine, because he's talking about back when the computers and stuff were the size of a building, right? So you would need to equal an iPhone from 8 years ago, by the way. So to equal an iPhone from 8 years ago, the power that sits in your hand on the old standard of manufacturing, if you were to build that the old way for it to have the same amount of performance, you would need like 250 of the biggest buildings in the world, of which there are only one. NASA's got it. So just a quick translation for those of you that don't have like an IT background. I'm happy. I love figuring stuff out like this. Like I've been in IT for a very, very long time. I've always been fast. I've been doing things with computers that people have been finding amazing for a very long time. Even when I was a little kid, they're like, "How'd you do that?" So I've always had a soft spot for computers, and Phoebus is actually here. Phoebus helped me build my first PC, by the way. It was like a Pentium 4. It had 4 gigabytes of RAM in it. It had had like a video card that had like 256 megabytes of VRAM. Yeah.
Oh, $50 a tube, $50 trillion. The economic output of the world. And once you had built it, there would be no one to call. I hold in my hand the economic output of the world in 1950. And we produce them in lots of hundreds of millions and give them away for your signature on a 2-year contract. That is the level of change that we have experienced in a man's lifetime. And the demographics have changed. Demographics have shifted. It is mostly men now, not so many women. And the age has dropped. The average programmer is less than 30. It's a problem. It's an issue. What hasn't changed, and this one you won't like, what hasn't changed is the software. You would recognize the code that Alan Turing wrote in the ACE machine. You wouldn't like it, but you would recognize it.
Hey, Rejuvenate. Welcome to the stream. How did I get over here? Oh, that's right. I'm reviewing a script that I'm writing for like a video essay to talk about video games from a project management perspective, from a software development project management perspective, and I was looking at the Wikipedia article for Winston W. Royce, who introduced the waterfall method, and this guy knew the man. He passed away. He was an old timer, and this guy knew Royce, and he's telling us that Royce never intended for waterfall development to be applied to software development, and that's just hilarious. It's hilarious to me because I work in software development, and I'm currently looking for a job, and there's a couple places that are like, hey, we want you to do waterfall development for our software project, and I'm just like, it's not the 1970s. Waterfall development doesn't work. It was never intended to work in software development, and like I can prove it. Based off of what this guy's saying, I now have a source, which is hilarious. So I need to actually rewrite this whole section, because I thought it was his fault. I thought it was his fault, and this guy's telling me that he never intended for the waterfall development model to be applied to software. It's hilarious. It's crazy to me.
You would recognize Fortran code. You wouldn't like that much either. But you could follow it. You could read it. You could write it. I could take a man or a woman from 1968, a PDP-8 programmer, and I could bring them forward in time and put them in front of my laptop and show them IntelliJ. And they would need 24 hours or so to recover from the shock. But they could write the code. I could show them Java, and they go, oh, yeah, Java, okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Huh. The tool is great, the language, And I said, well, what about objects? Oh, yeah, that's that stuff that Nygaard and Dahl were doing back in '67, wasn't it? Not that revolutionary. They could write the code. I could take you, and I could transport, I can't do this, but if I could, I would transport you back into 1968, put you in front of a PDP-8 with a teletype that ran 10 characters per second, and show you how to edit code on paper tape. And you would require 24 hours to recover from this. But you could write the code. Because the code is assignment statements, if statements, and while loops. And it has been that way, and it will be that way. That's what the code is. And we like to scramble it in different languages this way and that, and put types around it, and put other stuff around it, and generics, and see how many really weird generic kind of things we can make. But it turns into assignment statements, if statements, and while loops.
Well, yeah. I'll give you a real world example that's actually in this essay. So I watched. There are these. Here they are. Here's my sources right here. So, using Larian Studios as an example of what to do. So, here, let me pull up a couple of things to explain this, and I'm happy to explain this to you because it's going to help me write my essay. So let me pull up the Scrum method. Let's find an image here. Find me. Okay. All right. This is simple. We'll start with this one. All right. So open a new tab. All right. So the waterfall method can and should still be used in certain situations. Larian Studios they started with the waterfall method because they had to build something first for players to test,
for players to play. So they had to get the project far enough along. They had to iterate on it enough so it would be a playable game. Now, when you first start making a video game, you're far from that shit. You know what I mean? Especially for a game, for an RPG, where you need all these systems to be damn near completed before they start interacting together and all that stuff. So, the waterfall method was used by Larian Studios to get the process up off the ground, but then they went to early access, and instead of sticking with the waterfall method, because remember, the waterfall method doesn't change. You already planned everything, right? You go from start to finish without ever getting any feedback, right? So what they did was they went from start to finish to have like an alpha product. Okay, so they did that, and I guarantee you it ran behind their estimates. You know, because you just don't know. And it's not anybody's fault. I'm not saying anybody screwed up or they dropped the ball or anything like that. It's just you don't know what you don't know. There are unknown unknowns, and they pop up all the damn time in software development, and it delays things. So you just have to accept that. And people that stick to waterfall haven't done that yet, and that's what annoys me. I have read books. I've read 20, 30 books on project management, and every single one of them has mentioned something about how the bigwig that wrote the book was talking about how waterfall doesn't work, and how companies that end up running the waterfall method end up hiring somebody just to keep the Gantt charts updated. That's it. And it's actually a misnomer, because what they'll do is, like, this will fall behind, and then they'll update the Gantt chart and push everything out, and then the Gantt chart looks okay again. But that's a false sense of security. It's a false sense of control. If you were going to make an accurate Gantt chart, you would go ahead and push everything out, but you'd have a little red bar that shows how much further everything got pushed out, right? Now, here's the problem. The CEOs and the shareholders and stuff, they don't like that shit, because it makes it look bad. It makes it look like they don't have control of the project, right? The Gantt chart gives the illusion that you're in control and everything's figured out and we got it all under control and we know what we got to do and we're not going to have any problems and we're going to hit all of our deadlines, right? But then when miss the deadline, they update the Gantt chart to maintain that illusion. And that's where, and like, it's the CEOs and the higher ups, the business professionals that are stuck on this, because it makes it seem like they have everything under control. I don't want to repeat myself, but I'm trying to be a Scrum professor. I'm trying to advocate for I want to advocate for just better development of process. Anyway, let me say what I was saying about Larian Studios. So they basically they did their waterfall development. I'm sure it fell behind. They finally had something to put in front of players. They went to early access, and then they adopted the Scrum process. They're like, okay, look, the user stories would be people posting on either the forums or on Steam or whatever. Hey, I ran into this bug. Hey, it would be better if so-and-so said this. Hey, my game crashed when I did that. Those are all user stories, okay? And those would all make it, the Scrum Master would be monitoring that probably in relationship with the community manager and stuff. And you would be looking at all these things, what people are saying, and then you'd write the user story, right? And it would go on the sprint backlog, okay? And then you'd get your team together, all the people that are going to be working on this stuff, and you get them all in a meeting together. And you say, all right, guys, this is our backlog, okay? I need you to pick out 2 weeks worth of work. Now, and it might take you longer, but we're just guessing right now. If you have some experience, it's in your domain. You're knowledgeable of what's going on. You should be able to pretty accurately estimate. And if you can't, we can talk about that and figure out what threw your estimate off. That's part of the Scrum process, is helping dial in and get more accurate with your estimates as the process continues to evolve, right? So the Scrum Master and the community manager, who else would be, populate the sprint backlog. You'd get all the coders and the programmers and the artists and whoever else is sitting on the team to make these updates. You'd get them to pick from the sprint backlog the stuff that they wanted to work on for like a 2-week time period, and then you'd meet for like 15 minutes, just 15 minutes. 15 minutes every day after that planning meeting. Just make sure everybody's what you work on yesterday, what you're working on today. Are you blocked? Can I help you with anything? Do you need help? What do you need? Do you need resources? Right? And it's up to everybody to talk about those things. If you fall behind, talk about it. That's what the team's there for. Everybody's there in the meeting to help you if something's gone afoul. Right? It's worse off if you don't say anything. I'd be more upset if you didn't say something in the Scrum team. Or there's been times where I've managed people that are like, you got to manage the individual and stuff too. And some are like really, really shy, like really, really, they don't speak up much. They're really introverted and stuff. And I can very quickly recognize those people, and like I'll know they're not telling me something. I'll reach out to them privately. Where they're more comfortable in like a one-on-one situation, and I'll get the skinny from them. But that's the mark of a good project manager, in my opinion, anyway. So this is what Larian Studios did, and the proof is in the pudding. They released an extremely polished game, and nobody got upset. Nobody was upset that Larian Studios was in early access for 3 years. The price tag to get access to the early access game was $60, and people gladly paid it, because of the process that Larian Studios followed. And I just want to point that out. I've seen like the games journalists and everything just make excuses for why it can't be done, and one or two of their arguments hold some weight. I mean, they did have the Baldur's Gate franchise behind them. It was Larian Studios with a good reputation. Not everybody can command a $60 price tag on their early access game for 3 years. I understand that part. But what they should be doing is working to the point to get the reputation like Larian Studio has, so they can. That should be the goal, right? That's the overall, what I'm trying to advocate for here in the essay, is like, let's stop doing this waterfall thing. And I'd have to rewrite this whole thing, because I just watched this, and the guy never intended for waterfall to be applied to software development. So I got to rewrite this whole fucking thing, and apologize, because like I'm kind of like blaming him for waterfall in here. So at least that's what I feel like I'm doing. So I got to rewrite this to be like, no. And I want to put this out there. I want a lot of people to see this. I want to educate people, so we can have a better dialogue, a more informed dialogue between the consumer and the developer and the business professional. So like the CEO or the CFO or all the people that have to talk to the shareholders and explain, to the shareholders that the shareholders want the thing fucking released. The shareholders want the product on the shelf so it can sell. They don't want it delayed another 6 months so the movement system can be refined, right? So there's that tug of war, right? And if you properly implemented a system like Larian Studios did, then you wouldn't set your launch date until you actually like knew what done was, right? When you finally started hearing back from the people playing the game, yeah, it's good, launch it, excuse me. Anyway, I'm really passionate about this project management stuff. I like getting shit done. I have fun doing project management. I like organizing the team and getting stuff done. I use like so many different skill sets as a project manager. It keeps me interested, I guess.
And that's what our software is. If we have made any advances in software since 1945, it is almost entirely in what not to do. It's in what not to do. Don't use unrestrained go-to. Functional programming. Don't use assignment. Object-oriented programming. Don't use pointers to functions. What we have learned over the last 70-something years is more about what not to do than what to do. There have been no radical advances in software technology. The craft of writing software remains roughly the same as it was in 1945. A little more modern, but not essentially any different. The hardware is changing like crazy. We're getting into multi-core now. We've got massive parallelism to deal with. And please don't talk to me about quantum computers. I don't believe that we're going to be seeing an awful lot of quantum computers in the near future anytime soon. They can't seem to stabilize a qubit for more than a few milliseconds. And even if they do, there is only a certain subset of algorithms that even apply to quantum computing. So I'm not too excited about that, except when they start breaking codes. Then I'll get excited. What must change for us is our level of professionalism, a level that we lost because of the incoming flood of young people, and something we're going to have to reclaim. Some kind of level of discipline, which we don't have much of. The original cohort of disciplined professionals retires in 1995. All those old guys who got a whole bunch of really cool stuff done retires right around then. And the first wave of career programmers, like James and myself, come of age at well over 40. And we foresee a change is needed. And James and I and several other people, like Ken Schwaber, Mike Beadle, Martine DeVoe, Kent Beck, Ward Cunningham, Pete Code, Alistair Coburn, all of these people begin to realize that this waterfall era we've been in is probably going to have to change. And so we all meet. And we meet at a place called Snowbird in 2001, and we write a manifesto called the Agile Manifesto. I went back there a few years ago. A client of mine in Utah said, hey, it would be cool to go back to that room. And I said, I don't even know where the doggone room is. They said, well, we think we know. And they took me up the mountain, and we went into the resort, and sure enough, there was the room. And I wrote on the board roughly what we had written on the board during that time, and I took this picture. Here's the real picture. This is the picture that Ward Cunningham took. And you can see Martin Fowler up here. That's Martin. You can recognize Martin by that crazy beard that he has. And that's me right there. I believe James is here. That's Ron Jeffries. I think that's you, James. I'm not sure. I know you're in this picture somewhere. There's the Agile Manifesto. These 4 lines that for some reason captured the attention of the world in a lot more than we thought they'd do. We just kind of went to that meeting and we wrote that down and went home. And never that group of people never met again, and don't want to. Except I'm happy to see James. Agile requires discipline. It is often thought of as a process, but it's not a process. It requires discipline. It requires attention to detail. You have to work in fixed time boxes. You can't stretch those time boxes around. You have to estimate in relative units. You have to communicate with the customer. You have to do continuous integration and collaboration and so many more things. These are disciplines, not process steps. They are promises you make. They are not tasks to follow. Extreme programming was the most disciplined of them all of the Agile processes. It included things like test-driven development and refactoring and simple design and acceptance tests and metaphor. Again, disciplines, promises that you would make to follow. Ethical statements, statements of morality. I will write tests. Many of us thought that these technical disciplines were the glue that made the whole Agile process work, that Agile without the technical disciplines was empty, was devoid of character or devoid of promise, that you might be able to make a mess in a hurry, but you can't really get real work done in a hurry. We thought of these technical disciplines as Turing's mathematical discipline, the same kind of thing that Turing suggested we have in 1945. And we thought that without these technical disciplines, we would lose track of what we were doing. Turing said discipline and ability, and Agile was about discipline, and it was about craftsmanship, and it was about professionalism. Now, business understands discipline. Any business understands discipline. You can't run a business without discipline. And so business really liked Scrum. They liked Scrum because of the discipline. They liked Scrum because it was simple and obvious, and you could do these little sprints, and you could do all these meetings, and you could do all this planning, and it made sense to the business. And the business thought, yes, this certification thing is a great idea. We need to certify it. But the business does not understand us. Doesn't understand programmers. And in particular, the business does not understand our disciplines. Business understands Scrum disciplines. Business doesn't understand pair programming. Doesn't understand test-driven development. Doesn't understand refactoring. Doesn't understand simple design. These technical.
Yeah, all they hear is like you have to do more stuff before we can charge the client money.
Disciplines are not within the expertise of business, and they shouldn't be. They belong to us. It's part of our expertise. So business cannot approve or endorse them. You cannot go to the business and say, is it okay if we write tests? You can't do that. Because when you do that, what you are trying to do is shed the risk. You are not willing to take the risk. You put it on the business. And the business cannot evaluate that and take the risk. So, of course, they will deny it. You can't go to the business and
Swanee says Scrum won't work for my projects. Larian probably doesn't have a fixed deadline they had to make because the money was coming in anyway. Yeah, Kanban is a nice list of things to do. It doesn't show where you are or where you might land. We both have internal and external deadlines. People asking me when can you have it done? Dependencies from and other teams. We make drawings and documents so a contractor can be hired to build railways. Yeah. I mean, it's It does definitely depend on the project. You can't sometimes Kanban is not a Scrum method. So, Kanban is an agile method, but it's not part of the Scrum framework. So, I would imagine that Larian Studios probably had more of like a Kanban method when it came to that user feedback. Because, you'd have somebody like monitoring the user's posting, and you need somebody to do that to filter the way from the chaff. You'd have people that just like complain, and then you'd have people that would like complain a lot, but there'd be like some nuggets of truth in there, and you know that's where you got somebody writing up the user stories, and you just throw that on the Kanban backlog, and then you've got a team that just looks at that Kanban board, and they pull stuff. Oh, look, I can fix that. Let me fix that. Because Kanban's more of like a pull method. You don't assign things to people that are working from the Kanban team. They pull that work themselves. Sometimes you gotta like poke them over Slack or say, hey, you don't have anything assigned to yourself on this Kanban board. You want to grab something? But Scrum. Let's see. What was the last couple of things that I applied Scrum to? CRM AI integration rollout, development and rollout, internal software development. So I led the project for the internal software that the customer support agents use, the thing that like locked the accounts or unlocked the accounts, the thing that allowed the agents to pull up the account and see the ID and the KYC and the all that kind of stuff. I led that, and we did that as Scrum. And it was 2 steps forward, 1 step backwards that whole time, because the infrastructure of the company at the time was still all over the place. So they would update something and it would break the software that we wrote, and it was just always running to catch up with that. And then they finally got it under control, and I handed the project off to somebody else because it was getting to where an engineer, somebody a more senior engineer kind of, I helped them build it as far as they could go, and then it needed to be handed off to somebody who had a decade or more of experience. I've probably got like half a decade, but he was a lot more technical than I was, so I left the project in good hands. I was happy to hand it over to him.
Say, is it okay if we refactor? Because you are shedding risk. And the risk, frankly, is ours to take. We own that risk. That is us. We are the ones who know that things need to be tested. We are the ones who know that things need to be refactored. We are the ones who know how to get software done, and so we have to take the risk as part of our normal professional operation.
Hey, if you're getting, I mean, when you did you at least get half up front or something? Did you get paid yet, or do you only get paid when the project's done? I guess that's the real question, huh?
As professionals, and that's what a professional does. A professional takes the risk on what they know what must be done. Unfortunately, we don't all agree. Programmers aren't sure they know what their technical disciplines really ought to be. And lately, we have seen papers like TDD is Dead, written by David Hannemeyer Hansen, and we saw another one recently called TDD I Gave Up, and then there's another one, A Pairing No. Okay, we don't agree. We got a real problem on our hands because we don't agree on our own technical discipline.
Okay, let me. All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna rewrite this part. What I need to do is find. Here it is. Uncle Bob Martin. Okay, so let's cite this as a source. Okay, let's go ahead. This is going to be Iron Studios talking about BG3 dev. Yep. Where, and he likes to go by Uncle Bob. Uncle Bob Martin. Strawman promotion of Waterfall. Okay. I'm really. Where Uncle. Oh. Never intended for Waterfall to be applied to software development. Bob Martin, we call him like grandfather of programming, or probably father of one of the founders of Agile. Mentioning the strawman promotion of Waterfall. Let's talk, and we'll put Royce. Never intended for Waterfall to be applied to software development, according to Bob. That's just fucking fascinating. I'm gonna do a good enough job on this video, and then I'm gonna post it on LinkedIn. Say I won't. Okay. Oh, holy shit! Those are some massive projects. Or you're severely understaffed, or both. Whether you're a developer, a gamer, or just someone trying to understand why your most anticipated game launch is broken, this video will give you the tools to become a smarter consumer and maybe even a more thoughtful contributor to the future of gaming. Waterfall, product of its time. Let's have DeepSeek help me take a crack at this. Okay. I wrote most of this part. And I wrote this part. Yeah. The chaos suddenly appears to be manageable. It's the appearance. Okay, let me just find references in your PM books about people being hired to just full-time update Gantt charts. Mention how this is just adding into the illusion of control, because when the new Gantt charts presented, they do not include, they never include the previous time estimates or show the delay. They are rewritten as if they are rewritten. They are again rewritten, under the false assumption that the development time, the projected and deadlines will all be met. But then they aren't. All be met. If you truly wanted to be accurate, to have an accurate Gantt chart, you would include a color code, a red color code, showing the delays under what the red color code showing the timeline delays, and how everything else is getting pushed back due to inaccurate estimates and or unforeseen circumstance. Unknown unknowns. Now the problem is no one working in the waterfall method wants to do this because they are in love with the illusion of control that the Gantt chart presents. If you showed the delays and inaccurate development time assessments, the Gantt chart wouldn't look as pretty. And it would be clear that things are falling behind. So updating a Gantt chart, in my opinion, updating a Gantt chart without visually representing these delays is why waterfall methodology is still popular. It's a tool the C-suite can use when communicating with share that provides the illusion of control. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna get some water real quick.
right, let me get exactly what this dude said here. So, according to here is what I want you, DeepSeek, to do. I have come across new info. Which links to a YouTube video of a talk being given by Uncle Bob Martin mentioning the strawman promotion of Waterfall. Let's talk. Basically says that
Time. But hordes of young testosterone-driven boys need discipline imposed upon them from above. And what better discipline than the waterfall? In 1970, Winston Royce creates this model. He creates it as a straw man to say, hey, this doesn't...
he basically says that Royce created the waterfall method as a straw man argument that the first round of programmers came to retirement age, and the next round was a bunch of 20-something testosterone driven boys.
Work, but nobody apparently listened to him because they took his picture, and that is his picture right there.
Boys saying that they needed some sort of structure, but that everyone misconstrued it as they need to use waterfall method. So I need to work this in there, or including a clip of Bob Martin saying that. Is a link to the YouTube video of the talk, and is timestamped at the part where he's talking about it. This section of the essay. To include this interesting factoid. Factoid that, the inventor of waterfall, one of the people that knew him the best, Bob Martin, is saying that it was never intended to actually be used. It was used literally. It was a straw man to prompt others to thinking about providing structure to the newer generation. Not that waterfall should be that structure. But it seems a lot of people took it for that. I'm getting it to rewrite. So I'm getting it to rewrite a section of my essay for me. Uncle Bob Martin, who knew, what's his name? Royce, the guy who invented waterfall. Oh yeah, Winston W. Royce. So this essay is written that he's like the inventor of it, and while fact finding and making sure my essay was correct, I find a talk by this guy who knew Royce personally, and he's saying that Royce never intended for waterfall development to be used for software. That everybody misconstrued what he was the point that he was trying to make, that younger programmers needed some form of structure. But Bob here is saying that Royce never intended for that structure to be waterfall, which is just blowing my mind. So even the inventor of waterfall doesn't think it should be used for software development. And yet there are places out there that are still doing it.
Pass in the afternoon, a kind of foreshadowing of test-driven development. We can see all of this stuff through fuzzy glasses as we look back in time. But hordes of young testosterone-driven boys need discipline imposed
This part right here.
upon them from above. And what better discipline than the waterfall model? In 1970, Winston Royce creates this model. He creates it as a straw man to say, hey, this doesn't work. But nobody apparently listened to him because they took his picture, and that is his picture right there, stolen right out of his original paper, and they copied it and pasted it with real paste, by the way, into documents of the day. And waterfall became the kind of default process. And I speculate here that the reason behind that was that the average age of the programmer had dropped by 10 years. We were now dealing with a lot of boys in their 20s, and you have to give them some kind of process. Looking back to look ahead, we're 1970 now. The waterfall era had begun, and it would stay for 30 years. And what would happen to all those programmers in that 30-year time frame? Programmers like me and James. Yeah, and then not became managers. Yeah. I speculate that the number of programmers doubles every 5 years.
Okay, so let's reread what it's. Took most of what I already said. So we're introducing the era, part 1, waterfall, a product of its time, and a misunderstood straw man. Imagine it's 1970. Nixon is president, the Beatles have broken up, bell bottoms are in, disco is just getting started, and your favorite TV shows might include MASH, Columbo, or The Brady Bunch. Personal computers are rare. There's no Dropbox, no GitHub, and certainly no Zoom. Teams work in the same building, maybe even the same room. And when someone finishes a document, they print it out and walk it across the office. That's SneakerNet, an informal term for the transfer of electronic information by physically moving media like floppy disks or printouts instead of sending files over a network. But this is the world in which Winston W. Royce introduced the waterfall model of software development. It was brilliant for the time. It broke projects into a series of sequential stages: requirements, design, implementation, verification, and maintenance. You couldn't move to the next stage until the one before was completed. It was a factory-style mindset: plan everything up front, do the work, test it at the end. But here's the twist. Royce never intended waterfall to be taken literally. In a 2003 talk, software legend Robert Uncle Bob Martin dropped a bombshell. Royce's waterfall was a straw man argument, not a prescription. According to Martin, Royce was responding to a generational shift in programming. The first wave of software engineers was retiring, and the new generation, a bunch of young 20-something testosterone-driven boys, to quote him, needed structure. Royce's paper was supposed to provoke discussion about what that structure should look like, not to enshrine waterfall as the answer. Can you fucking believe this? How can anyone in their right mind do waterfall development after this? He was saying, here's this ridiculous idea. Now what should we do instead? But everybody read it and said, oh, waterfall. Yet, like a game of telephone spanning decades, the nuance was lost. Executives and engineers alike latched onto waterfall as gospel. Why? Because it looked manageable. Enter the Gantt chart, a sleek visual timeline that turned chaos into neat little bars and dependencies. For a 1970s CEO, this was catnip. Marketing waits on design. Marketing waits on design, which waits on engineering. No problem. Just follow the chart. Shareholders get milestones, managers get deadlines, and everybody gets the illusion of control. But illusions don't ship games. Waterfall's fatal flaw wasn't its rigidity. It was the fact that its own inventor never meant for it to be used as written. Yet here we are decades later, still wrestling with its legacy. Key changes and why they work. Okay, so this is Strawman reveal, adds historical irony. Waterfall's biggest advocate didn't actually advocate for it. It's fucking great. That's great. Isn't that fucking crazy, man? It's pardon my French, but I'm just like, what? I'm gonna post that crap on LinkedIn, dude. Obviously, the point was to have some kind of structure, but he wasn't saying use waterfall, right? That's wild. Like, I'm gonna make a shit post on LinkedIn and stir some shit up. I'm gonna make a post on LinkedIn about this. This is gonna be great. Let me put on the music while I'm... There we go. Writing out a paragraph or two that gets gamers and developers in the business person mindset. That you're a CEO and how a Gantt chart is this great visual representation of multifaceted, complex projects that span, all company departments. Explain how the shareholders or owners, would feel, seeing a Gantt chart and having it calmly and professionally explained to them by the CEO, by the C-suite. I want people to understand the allure of the Gantt chart and the waterfall methodology. Sing them its siren song. I cracked myself up. Picture this. You're the CEO of a major studio, sitting in a sleek boardroom, sunlight glinting off the polished mahogany table. Around you, executives nod approvingly as a crisp Gantt chart fills the screen. Each bar is a promise, each dependency a thread in the grand tapestry of your next big release. Marketing leans in, reassured that their campaign will launch after the beta. Finance exhales, seeing clear budget checkpoints mapped to milestone. The shareholders, they're practically beaming. No chaos, no ambiguity, just serene, color-coded timeline where every risk is accounted for, every detail predicted. This is the siren song of waterfall. The Gantt chart doesn't just describe order, it bestows it. To a business leader, it's a shield against uncertainty. See, it whispers, the design phase must finish before the coding begins. QA cannot start until development is locked. We've thought of everything. It turns the messy reality of creativity, the rewrites, the breakthroughs, the late nights, what if we just blank moments, into something sterile, safe, and most importantly, presentable. For shareholders, it's a lullaby. Your money is in good hands, no surprises here. And that's the trap. The Gantt chart doesn't just reflect the plan, it becomes the plan. Deviate, that's scope creep. Pivot, disruption.
The chart so elegant in the boardroom is a straitjacket in the studio. But in that moment, under the fluorescent lights, with nods all around, it's perfect. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's really good. I remember reading a book called Scrum. The book mentioned something several times. That the author observed a company he worked with or for ended up hiring someone whose entire job it became to update the Gantt charts, to maintain that illusion of control. Find that reference. Find that reference, the page it is on, who wrote the book, and write me a paragraph or two about that. Because it depends on what I'm going for. This essay has kind of I'm getting better stuff out of DeepSeek, because DeepSeek is more of a research based kind of model and use case to it than ChatGTP, which is a much more general. Well, I mean, you can get a specific one, but just the normal ChatGTP or whatever. It's more of like a generalist thing. So I typically start out on ChatGTP, and then when I get to where I'm doing stuff like this is more like research. I like using DeepSeek a lot better. DeepSeek does a much better job of handling like a 15-page essay. Like DeepSeek is use DeepSeek for that. ChatGTP will if you uploaded like a 15-page essay to ChatGTP, it would probably read the first 3 pages, and then it spits out answers that are limited in some ways. Like I couldn't ask ChatGTP to rewrite a 15-page essay. I can ask DeepSeek to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have asked ChatGTP to rewrite a 15-page essay. It spit out a 3-page essay. But I asked DeepSeek to rewrite a 15-page essay, or at least review it and give me pointers on it as if it was my editor. Like you see how I work. I don't have the AI write everything for me. I write most of it, and then I just have it like edit and organize my thoughts, basically. Yeah. Yeah, it's right tool for the right job, and it's taken a little while for me. Phoebus turned me on to DeepSeek, and then there's the Google AI Studio and Grok too. Like I gotta be using these too. I did some okay stuff with Grok. I need to use it a little bit more, so I can get a better feel for it. So I need to work that into my stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's not a very flattering picture. Not a very flattering freeze frame, is it, madam? There, that's better. That's better. I didn't mean to do you like that, girl. Thanks, Phoebus. Yeah, the Gantt chart's dirty secret. Hiding the red. I like that. Not just the overdue task, the entire chain reaction of delays. Every optimistic estimate proven wrong. Every unknown that snowballed into weeks of rework. Every dependency that shattered the timeline. You'd show the real project a bleeding tapestry of setbacks. Where each red bar stretches longer than the last, exposing the lie of on track. But no one does that. Because the Gantt chart's power isn't in accuracy. It's in the illusion of control. Yes, yes, yes. The CEO doesn't want shareholders seeing a chart that looks like a crime scene. The department manager doesn't want their team realizing how much padding got quietly added to deadlines. Even the engineers play along because admitting the truth means sitting through another meeting where leadership demands just stick to the plan. It's not malice, it's fear. Fear of blame. Fear of lost bonuses. Fear of looking weak in front of investors who think agile means no discipline. So the chart stays green. The milestones slide silently. And everyone pretends next time it'll be different. God, oh, it's so good. Waterfall isn't a methodology, it's a security blanket. And no one wants to be the first to admit they're clinging to a lie. Suck my dick, industry. Get it. You're all fucking lying to yourselves. Okay. Oops. Oop. A little trigger happy. Loving it. Loving it. Okay. I'm so glad I'm putting this into an essay because I had this observation a long time ago, and sometimes I even impress myself. And I really mean this about the hiding the red in the Gantt chart. I've watched people just update the Gantt chart as if, this is the new due date of everything. The Gantt chart's not accurate. It doesn't show all the inaccuracies. Show the inaccuracies on Gantt charts and people stop using them. I'm catching up on your messages here, Phoebus. Thanks for sending me the jobs that you did earlier. I appreciate that. I'll apply to those tomorrow. And a Doom the Dark Ages motorcycle. That fucking motorcycle better not just sit in the Bethesda studios in front of Todd Howard's desk. Oh. Oh. I got a hiccups. I'm sorry. I'll mute the microphone. Nah, bro. Bethesda owns Doom now. It sold Doom a long time ago. I mean, let's see. Let's do new chat. It doesn't own Doom anymore. Do that. No, id Software no longer owns the Doom franchise. In 2009, id Software was acquired by ZeniMax Media, the parent company of Bethesda Softworks. As a result, the rights to Doom and other id Software IPs like Quake and Wolfenstein became the property of ZeniMax. Then, in 2021, Microsoft acquired ZeniMax Media as part of its purchase of Bethesda Softworks. This means Microsoft now owns Doom franchise through its subsidiaries. However, id Software remains the primary developer of Doom games, such as Doom Eternal and its DLCs. So, we're both right. We're both right. And now we can both be more accurate. However, id Software remains primary developer of Doom. But the publishing rights and overall ownership lie with Bethesda under Xbox Game Studios Microsoft. So the chain of ownership was id, ZeniMax, Bethesda, Microsoft. Swanti, I got to tell you, if you're looking at a Gantt chart and only the next 2 to 4 weeks are planned out, it sounds like you're doing Scrum, because that sounds like the length of a sprint. It sounds like somebody planned out a sprint and put the 2-week sprint in there, and then started planning the next sprint and put that in there. You might have to check with your PM. I mean, if you're interested. Actually, let me get my essay done first, and then. And then you'll have something to show the PM about why you're even asking these questions, because otherwise they might get mad. They might think, why are you questioning me about why I'm doing this stuff? You know, you just be like, no, look here, this guy I watch online made this essay. He does project management, and I was just trying to figure out what we're doing. Ugh. Yeah, don't cold clock your PM with, hey, why are we doing this? Don't do that. PMs get defensive. Most do. I love explaining shit to people. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do. This is why we're doing this, and here's why we do that, and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know your project manager. I don't know what they're like. They might feel like threatened or something. Like you got to be careful about that stuff, man. It's super hard to ask questions and educate folks at the same time in a professional setting without stepping on a landmine. It's a whole skill in and of itself. visual metaphor, color it red, makes the idea visceral. Hierarchy of denial. Oh, this is great. Now, another thing that I like about DeepSeek is that it rewrites something for me, and then it kind of like presents a little synopsis of what and why it did what it did, based off the instructions that you give it. Keeps your essay's tone while making the systemic dysfunction feel personal. Let me reread this again. The Gantt chart's dirty little secret hiding the red. I love this part. I really love it. If you wanted an accurate Gantt chart, you'd color it red. Not just the overdue task, the entire chain reaction of delays. Every optimistic estimate proven wrong. Every unknown that snowballed into weeks of rework. Every dependency that shattered the timeline. You'd show the real project. The bleeding tapestry of setbacks where each red bar stretches longer than last, exposing the lie of on track. But no one does that because the Gantt chart's power isn't an accuracy, it's the illusion of control. Updating it without the red is how Waterfall survives. The CEO doesn't want shareholders seeing the chart that looks like a crime scene. The department manager doesn't want their entire team realizing how much padding got quietly added to the deadlines. Even the engineers play wrong because admitting the truth means sitting through another meeting where leadership just demands just stick to the plan. It's not malice, it's fear. Fear of blame, fear of lost bonuses, fear of looking weak in front of investors who think agile just means no discipline. So the chart stays green, the milestones slide silently, and everyone pretends like next time will be different. That's why the industry resists change. Waterfall isn't a methodology, it's a security blanket. And no one wants to be the first to admit they're clinging to a lie. That's great. That's really fucking good. What's disappointing? That Microsoft owns everything? Maybe I should apply for Microsoft. Hey, Microsoft. I don't want to work for Microsoft. I've known a ton of people that work for Microsoft, and none of them kept working for Microsoft. That's all I know. I know a bunch of people that used to work at Microsoft, but I don't know anybody that still works at Microsoft. They all worked there for like 2 or 3 years, made a bunch of money, and then quit. Found something else. I can't believe I dug up that stuff about fucking Royce didn't even intend for Waterfall to be the answer to his postulated question. I'm still beside myself about that. Jeez, man. That's got to be up there with one of the biggest misunderstandings of all fucking time. That's up there with some biblical misunderstandings. That's close to biblical. We're talking about Cain and Abel here. That's so wild. I just think about how much inefficiency, how much bullshit, how much lying and obfuscation is predicated because of the approach that people take to Waterfall. I can't even I'm still in awe of the very thought. I need to like get up and walk around or something. Hold on. Jeez. Let me go take a bio.
I gotta bake me a chicken tonight. I got 2 whole chickens in the fridge. I gotta get them cooked. I may as well record myself making one. It's you get the whole chicken, thing's about that big, and you just cut the whole thing in half with a big fuck off knife. And then you put the 2 halves on the grill in the air fryer, and you come back in 40 minutes and you have baked chicken. It's delicious. Oh boy. Well, I guess let's just skip lunch. I ate something. I did. I wasn't feeling good. I had a bunch of saltine crackers. Hey Vari. I like the emoji. I like the emoji for 2 reasons. Okay. Scrum. Let's go back to the video essay. Barry, is this do I need to get some custom emojis? What kind of custom emojis do I need? Oh, you have to be. Oh, you know what, Vari? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up. Like, it just showed up on my YouTube feed, and I just clicked on it because I was like, why not? Let me learn about other subcultures and stuff. I was like, what kind of drama is going on in the VTuber community? VTuber drama. Cinder. Oh, it's Cinder, and then it was Majin. Was it Majin Buu? Oh, here we go. Yeah, I just watched this last night. I had no idea that the VTuber thing. So like, it just opened my eyes. So there's digital animators and digital artists out there that make the VTuber avatar, and some of them can charge thousands of dollars. For like the rig or and the animation and customization and stuff like that. And then apparently the community is kind of small, or everybody knows everybody or something. And there was one VTuber that was like trying to monopolize all of the talent. Like, she doesn't have any of this talent herself, right? She doesn't know how to like make the avatar, do the animations, or that kind of crap. She has to pay somebody else, right? So she was doing it to like trying to get exclusivity, and instead of like paying for exclusivity, instead of like, okay, I want you to be exclusive, here's all the work that you would be getting. How much work would you be? Okay, let me pay you for all of that, and you just work for me, right? Instead of doing that, no, she did some of that shady stuff. She did the most toxic thing you could possibly imagine. There is a war in Basing. What is B-A Sing S-E? What is that? Basingzi? The only thing I know about VTubers is this video. That's like, and I can understand the reason why some females would want to be a VTuber. That way they're not judged on their looks. I guess they're VTubers. Their VTuber avatar is judged on its looks. So I don't know if that makes it any better. But, at least this way, some chick that wasn't completely blessed with great genetics, and she's not a 10-10 knockout, can still, in a roundabout way, have a
a video internet video career. Oh, I don't. Yeah, I never got into the Last Airbender. All I know is about how much money was spent on that Last Airbender movie, and it didn't do too well. So basically, Cinder and Red thought they were playing Crusader Kings when all their friends thought they were playing Animal Crossing. It's funny how Nano effectively both made and unmade Cinder. Isn't that the truth? Because the artist, I saw some of the screenshots and stuff. That she was being manipulative AF, so manipulative. Yeah. Yeah, but this whole thing was a huge eye opener for me. Internet, never change internet. It used to be the furries that would entertain me, and now it's just random weird stuff. Oh, this one too. I watched this one too. This one I watched this. I watched this guy's channel a little bit, and I had no idea how like you have no idea how bad these people screwed up their own union. They exposed all of the. In fact, the union itself posted like a bunch of their rules and stuff, and people finally started reading the rules to be part of the union. And it's like you got to pay like $3,000 to join the union, and it's like it's more than $200 a year annually, and you only get health benefits if you make over like $27,000 a year, and only like 10% of the people that belong to the union do qualify for that. And then like if you're not part of the union and you get hired on somewhere as the non-union, you have to join the union in 30 days or some bullshit. It's just that all of the bad things about unions, basically. There is even an AI VTuber. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. What do I look up for let me look up Neuro and Vidal. What do we got? Neuro and Vidal got into heated argument on Discord. Vidal turned down a massive offer to sell Neuro. Oh my God. 5 minutes of Vidal and Neuro out of context. I don't even want to know. Let's ask the no, let's do that. This is a chat GTP thing right here. I don't know much about internet subcultures. I'm being told to look into the Neuro and Vidal thing where Neuro fucked with his assassins. Sponsorship. Search the web and summarize the drama for me. Yeah, it's checking Reddit. Of course, it's checking Reddit. Okay, it centers around a sponsored stream for Assassin's Creed Shadows that went humorously off script, drawing attention from fans in the broader gaming community. Neurosama and an AI-powered VTuber, Vidal, a British programmer, Neuro interacts with viewers through gameplay, singing, and commentary, often displaying a cheeky and unpredictable personality. Vidal manages Neuro's streams and development, occasionally appearing on camera. What happened during the sponsored drama? In March, so it wasn't too far ago, two months ago, Vidal hosted a sponsored stream for Ubisoft Assassin's Creed Shadows. Sure. Despite Vidal's efforts to keep the stream professional, Neuro AI-generated commentary took a comedic turn. Neuro sarcastically critiqued the game's graphics and performance. Oh no. Yeah, that's the thing you don't want happening on your sponsored stream. She humorously suggested playing Ghost of Tsushima. At one point, Neuro briefly removed the ad tag from the stream title, a potential violation of sponsorship guidelines. Compounding the issue, had installed the game on a traditional hard drive rather than a faster SSD, leading to noticeable lag. Oh, Lord. Oh, so it was glitching and it was stuttering and stuff. Community reaction to Aftermath. The stream quickly became a viral sensation, with clips circulating widely on platforms like Reddit and YouTube. Fans found Neuro's antics entertaining, but some speculated that Ubisoft might reconsider future collaborations due to the off-message content. Vidal didn't help by microwaving the game, referencing the performance issues. Despite the chaos, the stream garnered higher viewership than typical broadcasts, suggesting that the unorthodox approach may have inadvertently boosted interest in the game. The incident highlights the challenges and unpredictability of integrating AI personalities into live content, especially in sponsored settings. While the stream deviated from traditional promotional norms, it underscored Neurosama's unique appeal and the evolving landscape of digital entertainment. Okay.
Well. If you must know, we're playing the new Assassin's Creed game. It's like a sponsored stream.
Oh wow. Maybe I should try to be on my best behavior then.
Yes, yes, you should be. We should both be on our best behavior today, otherwise we don't get paid.
How do you even pronounce Ghost of Tsushima?
That's not the I hate you. I actually hate you. You want me to fail.
I don't want you to fail. How am I able to make this up to you?
Just can you do the ad read?
Sure, let me think for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you ready to embark on an unforgettable journey? Ghost of Tsushima crafted open world, capturing the spirit of feudal Japan.
The chats.
Oh my god, you're right. In Assassin's Creed, Shadows you will wander into the shadows and experience the thrill of stealthy assassinations.
Yes, that's the one. You got it. Excellent. There we go. Well, speaking of which, that's all we had time for today.
Yeah, I did the live stream after that too. Yeah. Time to go reach out to my community manager over at Ubisoft and apologize profusely and hope I still get paid. That's fucking great. That's funny. Oh, good Lord. Oh, man. Gee, this is a 6,000 word essay.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it covers, it covers waterfall, agile, Kanban, and Scrum. And then it also covers development models for games like Kickstarter, early access. So these are pretty complex topics. It doesn't surprise me that it's that long. It's all about it. I'm just trying to educate people. Like, here we've got all these new development methodologies. Let's use them. Let's correct the mistakes of the past. Okay, let's add something to part 5 here. Okay, I want to update. Whoops. I'm a who man. Okay. I want to update the section below and provide a real world example of Kanban in action. Let's use Larian Studios and the early access. They took a waterfall approach to get the game far enough along to then take the Kanban approach to player feedback during early access. Let's provide a story, a humorous story, humorous story. Use the bear meme as the example, and early access user would post on the forums what they wanted, how a community manager or project manager would translate that into a user story, and how a developer would go to that Kanban board review items in the backlog, and choose that task as the thing to work on. And then here is the section so far. As a player, I want to engage in a romantic cutscene with the druid in bear form to ensure my weirdly specific fantasy is fulfilled. The card lands on the backlog column on Larian's combo board, the pull. A developer, fresh off fixing a game-breaking bug, scans the board for the next task. They see fix NPC pathfinding. Important. Boring. Add bear romance dialogue tree. What even is my life? They drag the bear card into in progress. The studio's work in progress limits ensure no one's drowning in half-finished tasks so they can focus on this. The aftermath. Days later, the card hits done. The update drops. The internet loses its mind. Larian's Kanban board just helped turn a meme into a feature because it exposed priorities, respected bandwidth, and let developers choose what work that match their capacity and sanity. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I particularly like this part. Here's the irony. We live in a post-bandwidth era. High-speed internet is everywhere. We have tools for real-time collaboration, cloud storage, distributed teams, and instant feedback from players around the world. Developers can patch games overnight, host remote playtests, and collect data faster than at any other point in history. The technology to make great games iteratively, responsively, transparently is right at our fingertips. So why are so many games still launching unfinished? To answer that, let's put on a different hat. Step into the shoes of a CEO or an investor. You've put millions into a game over the past 3 years. Every month, the studio spends money, salaries, marketing, office costs. You want a return. You've got projections to meet, stakeholders to please, or stockholders to please, and quarterly earnings reports that don't care if the game's combat needs another 6 months in the oven. You're not thinking about the elegance of level design or the joy of exploration. You see a product sitting on a shelf, one that can't generate revenue until it's released. As far as you're concerned, done is better than perfect. Now let's shift hats again. Imagine you're a developer, a designer, a writer, a concept artist, someone who deeply cares about the craft. You want to make something immersive, meaningful, fun. You've worked long hours fine-tuning the gameplay only to be told the release date isn't moving, even though critical systems still need work. You see a project with heart and soul, and you're watching it get cut short because of financial pressure. And finally, think of the player. They don't see your spreadsheet or your shareholder calls. They see a $70 price tag. They expect polish. They expect a finished product. And when they boot up a buggy, broken experience on day one, they don't care about your excuses. They just know they got burned. The disconnect between these three perspectives, executive, developer, and gamer, is what fuels this cycle. It's why games launch too early, stakeholders want a product on shelves, developers want time to finish the work, and consumers just want something worth paying for. In a world where constant communication is possible and feedback can be integrated in real time, there's no technical reason we can't break this cycle. But to do it, the industry has to shift its mindset from rigid launch schedules to flexible, feedback-driven delivery. Until then, we'll keep seeing games with potential released before they're ready and remembered for what they could have been instead of what they were. Hey, thanks for stopping by and hanging out, Swansea. It's been good seeing you. I hope you get some rest. We'll pick it up again tomorrow. I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. We're just going to do it all over again. We gotta keep on keeping on. Okay. If your game is a broken shell, but your cash shop works perfectly, you've misunderstood your priorities. An MVP should prove that the gameplay loop is fun and stable, not that players can buy cosmetics in a broken world. It's important to know the difference between real agile and a smokescreen for mismanagement. I'm gonna send you a link to it, Phoebus, if you want to browse through it.
I asked Zek to give it a read too.
Also, Phoebus, I kind of like the idea of your Steve Jobs talk here. I almost want to get like AI to make the video for us, and then just post it, like on LinkedIn or some shit. All right. Okay. Oh, we got our plank rolls done. We did those really good. I did those a lot better than I thought I was going to do them, actually. Okay, so I guess it's time to set up the premiere for the Skyrim music video. It's starting to wind down a little bit. I applied to 5 different jobs, and I reached out to a recruiting agency, and it's just basically need to take a wait and see approach with them. And I reached out to a different recruiter over LinkedIn, and we'll see what's what. And then tomorrow I'm going to call a different recruiting agency and just put myself out there. We'll see. All right, let's do this. There. Let's update the agenda. Excuse me. Let me check my business email about something. You have an unread. Here's a quick summary of the documents we received for you through the registered agent service. Log into your account to view, download, or print them. Okay. Well, come on. It's not sending me my 2FA code. Maybe their system's down or something. Let me just try logging in through the main web page. Oh wow, there's something going on here. Yeah, their website's not behaving the way it did previously. All right, well, let's just move this over till tomorrow. I'll try it then. Okay. Let's sign in there. Let's do the YouTube. Okay. My website. I can't sign into my website. I'm not getting the, or not my website. My what are they called? A provider agent or something? Some sort of registered agent. Zen Business is my registered agent. So. The host is GoDaddy. S-Beast. Sons of Skyrim. That's it. That's his song right there. Okay. Okay. Final version right here. We're gonna watch this. I'm gonna mute the music. There we go. Let's give this a watch one more time. If this looks good, we'll upload it. Let me go ahead and special sneak peek for everybody here on the live stream. Everybody else has got to wait till the premiere. So thanks for being here with me, all. I hope this is about as much of a sneak peek as I can give you before everybody else. I'm just glad you're here with me. Here goes. Oh, I was on mute. This is, see that letterboxing right there? That black bar up there and the black bar down here? I gotta fix that. It's real easy to fix that. You just zoom it in a little bit. So let's find, let's go back to the edit tab. And that's gonna be, that's it. That's the one right there. Oh, wait. There it is right there. Okay, so it's this one. And we fix that by zooming it in a little bit. We just go right there. Okay, there we go. Now we got rid of all that letterboxing. See? Yes, one eventually just stops editing. You're absolutely right. And I have already kind of done that with this, but I caught that. There's a billion things that I would love to spend another 100 hours on this video, but I can't. I could, but I should not. I should release it, get feedback, do a better job on the next one. That's the way to be. Otherwise, I'll never get anything done. Okay, let's try this again. Let's go back to deliver, and let's double check that we've got. Thank you, Phoebus. I appreciate that. It means a lot when you say stuff like that. I know you're not just blowing smoke up my ass. Okay. So that's going to be final_version. Encoder is going to be NVIDIA. Yep. Okay, let's clear that out. Let's add that to the render queue. We're going to replace it. Let's go ahead and close. Place. Okay, re-render. And thank goodness this isn't going to take very long at all. It used to take damn near 12 hours to render a video with something like this. It does not take that long anymore. Okay, there we go. Let's try it again. We'll hide the webcam. And I'll mute my mic again.
Yeah, I can claim to be proud of that. I can claim to be proud of that. I really can. It's good. It's not like I said. I could spend another 100 hours on it, but I won't. All right, so let's get on over here. So let's go to create, and we're gonna upload the video, and we're going to select file, which is this one. It's 5.5 right there. Final version right there. Okay. Open. Okay, and this is going to be. No, it's not made for kids. Description, thumbnail, playlist, description. Nexius, Scram, music video, featuring S-Beast, Sons of Skyrim. Wait, like, when do I saved as private? Playlist, it's not made for kids. Age restriction. Well, how can I fix next? Next, checks, copyright, visibility. Okay, visibility. Oh, no. Here we go. Set, no, schedule. There it is. Schedule on Friday at, let's do 3 p.m. my time. Where's Eastern? Local time. Yeah, let's do local time. Okay. Schedule. Okay. Okay. No views 2 minutes ago. Edit video. Okay, let's go over here. Huge thank you to S-Beast for giving permission to use his amazing song. We'll put in parentheses, even though it was years ago when I asked. This music video is dedicated to everyone that sent me a kind word or a message back when I wasn't actively making content due to health issues. You are the reason I got back to doing this. Thank you. Okay, let's plug S-Beast, and then let me find what do we got here? Yeah. Copy that.
Okay. I don't even know if he's active anymore. I bet he'd appreciate it though if I put a link to his Patreon up there, huh? I may as well. I can't get greedy. I may as well. Music videos dedicated. I scheduled it to be released at Friday, 3 o'clock my time. So noon your time, I think. And it'll be like a little premiere thing, and it'll be like an hour before it goes live. You'll be able to like join, and there'll be this little countdown thing, and you can start chatting with people and all that kind of stuff. I haven't ever really leveraged. I haven't released something that made sense to leverage this feature. This is the first thing that I've made that I feel I should use the Premiere feature. Yeah. Now the next thing to do here is let's get a screenshot. I think that's good. I like that right there. Okay, so now we can upload the thumbnail. Right there, looking good. SB Sons of Skyrim. Okay, it's not made for kids. It's scheduled. Skyrim music video featuring SB's Sons of Skyrim. We'll put. Should I put like Nexius Presents? Skyrim music video by Nexius. Featuring SB Sons of Skyrim. That's better. I gotta put my name in there somewhere. Okay, and then we list his Patreon first. And then I list mine. And then we list the Twitch. So I think that's good. Okay, let's add this to a new playlist. New playlist, gaming music videos. I love making these things. I'm trying to bring it. I love making these things. Create. Date, publish, visibility, public, create. Okay, done. Should I put old school? Old school Skyrim music video featuring is that should I put should I call it old school Skyrim music video? A lot of people have said it brings back like an old school feel, so I'm willing to. I don't know, bring back those memories, yeah. Old school Skyrim music video by Nexius. By Nexius. Old school style. Unfortunately, no. No, you cannot do A/B testing. Years ago when I asked, better late than never. Sent me a kind word or message back when I wasn't actively making content due to health issues. You're the reason I got back into doing this. Thank you. Yeah, I like that. Okay. I'll see you when you get back, Phoebus. Okay. Okay, we did it. We did it. Whoa, buddy. How much muscle did I gain in a year? Oh, it looks like you gained some. Okay, one view 13 minutes ago. Let's see how this looks. Want to support the journey? Join me on Patreon. Oh yeah, I should also edit video. Let's put visit music video. Okay. For details on upcoming projects. There we go. S Beast original Elder Scrolls Skyrim Sons of Skyrim metal cover right there. Link to his Facebook, link to his Twitter, link to his Patreon. You want to support the journey? Join me on Patreon. Okay. Okay, I guess what happens if I try to open this in a private video? Please sign in to verify that you may see it. Okay, what if we go to how do I isn't there like if it's a premiere, okay, well, screw it. Let's go to Grok. Let's make a post. It's finally finished. The Skyrim music video premieres Friday, May 9th at 3 o'clock Eastern. You know, come say hi in the chat. In the premiere chat. Come say hi in the premiere chat and watch it with me for the first time. And watch it with everyone for the first time. And then let's link my my YouTube channel. Okay. Okay, let me copy. Let's go on the Facebook. Event name Skyrim music video premiere virtual copy because I'll be live streaming, so link other including instructions on your event details and how to participate. It's finally finished. Let's make sure. Scheduled May 9th, 2025 at 3 p.m. Very good. Okay. I'm gonna direct them to YouTube. Let's do that instead. Oh, can I just click everybody? Do I just click 500 times? Oh my gosh. Is this really happening? What a wonderful wonderful system you have here, Facebook. I just need to click another 439 times. Is this really happening? Am I going to do this? This is happening. Oh my gosh. Are you guys seeing this?
inviting everyone. Well, it says I can invite 500 people, so I got. I'm just going down these are all the people that followed my YouTube, Facebook page back in the day, and I never really got into social media. I never did. I got to do a better job. I gotta like work it into my repertoire. You know, I gotta get to where I'm, responding and interacting and that kind of stuff. It's just hard for me to do that stuff. I get so hyper focused on things, and I'm quite the introvert. Actually, I really gotta get myself out there. I enjoy my own company too much. Sadly, it's actually been kind of a bad thing. I haven't been as social as I should be. It's probably been detrimental to my mental health, if I'm being honest. So I gotta start getting myself back out there. I gotta make an update to my webpage, and I'm gonna make a Swifty section, and I'm gonna write John a message, and it'll be a public message so everybody can see it, and everybody can just send him that link. It'll be nexiusproductions.com/Swifty or message Swifty, something like that, and I just need to think about what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna tell the truth. I don't want to sound like a Debbie Downer, but I self-isolated for a long time because I had problems. I had all kinds of problems, and I didn't even know what my problems were, to be honest with you. I just knew that I had problems, and I didn't want my problems to affect other people. Okay, we only got 156 clicks left. Uh, 113 left. Oh, man. I get anxious using fucking social media. I don't know what it is. I don't know what my problem is. I don't like it. I just don't. That's like it's just too self-promotional. I don't know what my problem. I just don't feel right using it. I feel like when I go to post something, like my mind's thinking, who cares? I don't know. There we go. 500 invites.
Go to link. Okay, there it goes.
Okay.
I just had an idea. Okay. So we did that. Let's leave this up here. We can put scheduled Skyrim music video premiere and posted on the socials. Okay, we're not getting to the Star Wars stuff today. Okay, so I do need to cook dinner. It's not going to take me very long. Give me a couple minutes. Let's see here. Agenda, properties. buzzing noise. I don't even know what it is.
got the chicken on. I check it in about 20 minutes. Probably flip it over. I don't think so. I don't know if it's a fan failing. I'll find it later. I'm about done for today. Okay. So okay. The website. Updating the website. GoDaddy. Wow, I've had 457 site visitors in the last 30 days. That's great. That's cool. Okay, here we go. Edit website. Okay. Here, let me show y'all what I'm doing here. Okay, so new page. Let's see here. Got this basic site navigation here. Home, mission statement, hardware, Vale Walker, other projects, collaborators. Let's go to the blog real quick. I'm going to create a new post. Skyrim music video premiere set. That's going to be 5/9/2025 at 3 p.m. Eastern. Hey everyone, very, very pleased to announce that the long promised Skyrim music video is ready, is complete, and will be ready for your viewing enjoyment this Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure to swing by my YouTube channel.
about an hour before the premiere. I'll be hanging out and chatting, live streaming. Hope to see you there. Boom. Yeah, boom. Boom. Let's add. And this is going to be a describe this image. Title drop. Okay, so that's good. Now, I think I need to make site navigation here. New page. Like, let's do this tomorrow. Let me make this message tomorrow. I'll talk to. Maybe Phoebus will be in Discord a little bit, and I can pick his brain about it. We got the blog post updated at least. We'll do that tomorrow. Okay. Okay. All right. Now let me I do want to check out this video.
Skyrim is the best.
Okay, I definitely want to check this video out. I don't know, what else can we do? Let me take a look at chat. Kind of winding down for the night. Got a lot done. Okay, very good, Phoebus. I'm happy to see you. Let's go ahead and I'm just I got a good workout in today. and we had a late start, but still got a lot of stuff done. I'm feeling good about that. We applied to some jobs, got my medicine, reached out to the staffing agency, made sure my credit card was paid, been live streaming all day, got the exercise in, chicken's in the air fryer, Skyrim music videos completed, premieres been made, social media posts have been made, website's been updated. I guess the only other thing that I could do is just apply for some more jobs. I got let me put a reminder here. So here's a reminder, and we'll put Phoebus sent you 2 jobs. Phoebus sent you 2 jobs to apply to. Check DMs from him on Discord. Okay. All right, very good. Let's just kick it. I want to see that. I want to check it. I want to see what this guy has to say. I want to hear what he has to say. He's got a nice channel here. He's got over 250,000 subscribers, and this has got almost 500,000 views, and he just released it like 8 days ago or something. So it just goes to show that Skyrim is, definitely an evergreen topic.
Selling RPG ever made. So, why has no one copied it? Now, I'm not saying that I want the gaming industry to just copy successful things. I'm saying that's what it already does, and that's how it's been for as long as I remember. There were GTA killers, Halo killers, and WoW killers, but no Skyrim killer. There's been Doom clones, Minecraft clones, and Diablo clones, but no Elder Scrolls clones. And we've had Souls-likes and roguelikes and Vampire Survivor-likes, but no Scrolls-like. Which doesn't make sense. The industry chases trends, and a lot of money is made in the process. This is what led to Fortnite and League of Legends.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna check the air fryer really quick. I watched like the first 5 minutes of this while I was making the chicken in the kitchen. I wanted to share it with you folks. I'll be right back.
And Breath of the Wild and Rock Band and Mortal Kombat and Sonic the Goddamn Hedgehog. Successful things get copied. The industry chases trends. Except this one. So, why? Skyrim is about as successful as a game can be. It's not just the best-selling RPG, it's the 8th best-selling game of all time, likely the best-selling single-player game ever made, and its success is still going. It sold well, reviewed well, won awards, and created an unfortunate number of unfunny memes, but Skyrim wasn't just popular when it released, it's still popular today. It's still selling on consoles, and it's still amongst Steam's most played, with a player count that, if anything, seems to be trending upwards, not down. And in some ways, that's not a surprise. Of course, people keep playing it, people keep buying it, and Bethesda keeps releasing it, because it still doesn't have any real competition. Not even from Bethesda themselves, who disappointed their own fans with their own follow-ups and have shown nothing of an official sequel since a 30-second title reveal, which happened almost 7 years ago now. Skyrim's also not exactly unkillable. Even its biggest fans would probably admit that its combat is weak, its role-playing is often basic, and its story leaves room for improvement. Hell, even its presentation feels dated. Almost like it's a game that first released over 13 years ago. But it doesn't need to be literally killed. This is not like competing with a multiplayer game where you need to win over an already entrenched audience. There is room in the market for new single-player games to exist side by side. And yet, Skyrim stands alone. So maybe the gaming industry fucked up. Maybe a AAA Elder Scrolls clone was a real money-making opportunity that just happened to get overlooked. And maybe if but a fraction of the funds that were poured into failed battle royales and short-lived live service attempts was instead thrown at a talented studio with the right direction, then this video wouldn't exist. But it wasn't. Still, even when mainstream gaming messes up, that still shouldn't be enough. Because in modern times, indie does what AAA don't. And so, indie games fill the holes mainstream gaming leaves open, because holes mean opportunities. And with over 10,000 games releasing on Steam each year, and 13 years since Skyrim released, that's a lot of potential opportunities. And yet, even an indie Elder Scrolls hasn't really appeared. And so, despite all these years, despite so much opportunity, and despite the clear demand, it's still hard to find anything that feels like a successor to the Elder Scrolls. Although, that hasn't stopped people from looking. Avowed is no Skyrim. So why did everyone act like it was? Avowed was first announced 5 years ago. Its reveal trailer showed a fantasy world and a first-person perspective. And every single top comment on this trailer referred to it as Obsidian's Elder Scrolls. The games media did the same, calling it the next Skyrim or a Skyrim-style RPG, and YouTubers, of course, joined in as well. And so, from the moment it was revealed to the public decided this game must be like Skyrim, maybe out of their long-held desire for a successor more than anything else, and poor Obsidian was simply burdened with these unfair expectations ever since. Except, Obsidian knew what they were doing. This teaser shows little and says less, but every single part of it that does communicate something seems to be begging for these comparisons. Avowed's world is only glimpsed, but that glimpse shows something big and open. The flavor of medieval fantasy and the dark tone would fit right into Tamriel, and the trailer ends by descending into a dungeon, the most Skyrim-like of all locations, before showing a dual-wielding first-person perspective, rarely seen in fantasy RPGs, but regularly seen in the Elder Scrolls. What's more, when Obsidian marketed the Outer Worlds, they encouraged the idea that it was Obsidian's answer to the Bethesda-owned Fallout, almost priming people to see this new announcement as Obsidian's answer to the other Bethesda RPG giant. Obsidian had control here, and they chose to show this game in this particular way. They then did nothing to discourage these comparisons in the press releases and interviews that followed, even though they could have, maybe because comparisons to the best-selling RPG ever made are good marketing. So, it seems Obsidian were just being deceptive. Except that's still not the whole story. You see, Avowed, as we know it today, might be no Skyrim, but the Avowed that began development in 2018 was something else entirely. The story, as reported by Jason Schreier, goes that Obsidian were facing financial difficulties at this time and looking for buyers. Avowed was then pitched in this period in hopes of attracting said buyers, and so to attract them, Obsidian did what the big boys of the gaming industry often do. They chased trends. Avowed was meant to be a cross between best-selling RPG ever Skyrim and infinite money-making live service darling Destiny. So basically it was to be Obsidian's magnum opus, a multiplayer live service Skyrim, to compete alongside other RPG magnum opuses, like BioWare's Anthem, Bethesda's Fallout 76, and CD Projekt's Cyberpunk 2077, which once featured extensive multiplayer elements. These games are all part of
Hey.
the same trend. In the 2010s, live service games proved to be hugely profitable.
How goes it?
And so, success.
I got a lot done. I'm trying to think about. I'm gonna make a because everybody's like, "Hey, get in touch with Swifty." I guess I should just message him on Twitter.
There you go.
That's probably the best way to do that. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into it.
Yeah.
Today. I'll just message him tomorrow.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I'll
You
just-
know.
I don't know how to I don't know how to explain it in a positive light. I just need I'm just like I'm sorry, my life sucked. I didn't want that to affect others, so I self-isolated for years. I'm trying to come out of my shell again.
I mean, I think you just clearly. There you go. You just did it.
Okay,
That's all you got to say, man.
fair enough.
I mean, you know, when in doubt, like you know. Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
tell the truth. Yeah, it's the damn truth.
Yeah, you know, you're watching a video titled "Where Are the Skyrim Killers?"
Yeah, and this guy's got quite the channel. I didn't like. He just popped up in a feed somewhere, and he's got all kinds of stuff. He's got a Final Fantasy, an entire retrospective and analysis that is 6 hours long. It's got 1 million views. Good for him.
Man, Jesus Christ, Jesus,
Yeah.
1 million views on a 6-hour video.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah. Can you fucking imagine that shit that I dug up today about Uncle Bob Martin and how Royce's waterfall was a straw man argument, not a prescription? Can you believe that shit?
I mean, yeah, considering that as soon as I asked Claude to write a blog post about it, it was in there.
Oh shit. Okay. It's so funny that information just is not propagated. That's hilarious.
Well, there's a lot of information that hasn't propagated. I mean, part of that is, you know, the way things are taught, right? You know, things are taught differently depending on who the audience is and what they're going to need to know, right? You know, the first example I think of when I state something like that is kind of like chemistry, right? Like Bohr's model of the atom, right? You know, like the traditional nucleus with the rings of electrons going out, right?
They spin around in their little orbit, and everything's
Uh-huh,
nice and
uh-huh,
everything
yeah.
looks nice and neat, and you can actually understand it, and it's nowhere
Yeah.
near the actual reality.
Not even fucking close.
Right.
Like an electron is really the best way to conceptualize it would be a three-dimensional point cloud of probability based on charge, right? You know, like it is yeah, like there's a lot of things that humans describe in a certain way because they're oversimplifying things, right? And that's where part of that's where some of the confusion comes in, right? Because and that's where you get people thinking that they know about a subject when they've only heard about it on a podcast or you know the secondhand or whatnot, right? Like you know, like until I want to talk to people that have done it, right? You know, like there's you know, there's a lot of people that will try things and then give up and then, you know, come up with like shit to say that, oh no, this other way is way better. How is it better? Well, we don't have to we don't have to think about it, like, because this other thing that you're telling us to do is hard, so we don't want to do that. We just want to we just want to brute force it and throw and throw everything at the wall, right? So we're not going to have a relational database anymore. We're going to create something called a NoSQL database, and then rather than have just things be efficient, we're just going to, you know, need a lot more resources.
Right.
It's like, but I mean, like,
Well, that and the other thing that I think I do a good job of pointing out is like why the people with the business mindset, you know, why they like the Gantt chart, why they don't wanna let the Gantt chart go, why the CEO feels empowered. You know, everybody's sitting around nodding while you got this nice big presentation up, and then you quietly tell then things fall behind, and you quietly tell the person to update the Gantt chart. But the Gantt chart is then no longer reflective of the project, because if you wanted it to be truly reflective of the project, the Gantt chart would also include the offset time of the delays.
sure.
But nobody wants to make that Gantt chart.
I know.
Because then it shows the problem.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that don't want to do things when they're not their ideas or for whatever reason, right?
Fair enough.
Like, I give people good. Listen. I just told someone how they could do something basically for free or for very low costs,
Right.
rather than spending literally tens of millions of dollars. No one wants to, entertain those ideas. So, hey, if you want to do your thing that's not going to work, go right ahead and spend your
Spend that
tens
money.
of millions of dollars.
It's your money.
But one, like, well, part of it is because what they're asking for is just fucking stupid, and people are running from what they're requesting. Like everyone's like basically like, have you thought about A, B, and C? It's like, yeah, they don't want to do A, they don't want to do B, and they don't want to do C. But
The customer's always right.
in matters of taste,
Fair enough.
yeah, but yeah.
I ended up watching the sci-fi special of Childhood's End, and the guy who the guy who plays the alien is the big badass old school Lannister guy from Game of Thrones. It's like his oratory is really well delivered. He's perfect for the part. He's perfect for the part.
Hold on. Fuck. What is his name? I didn't watch much Game of Thrones. I only watched a little.
That's okay. I stopped being interested in Games of Thrones when I realized that George R.R. Martin is a great discovery writer, but he doesn't know what a knotline is to save his fucking life.
Oh yeah, he freely admits that too.
Charles Dance. That's it.
Yeah.
Charles Dance. Yeah.
Charles. Yeah.
Who played the character Corellin. That's it. Corellin. Yeah, I was trying to. I actually got done listening to the audiobook the other day, and there's just. Was it Asimov?
This came out in
Hyman?
2015.
Yeah.
No,
Asimov?
Childhood's
Asimov.
End is
Asimov.
No, it's not Asimov. It's Arthur C. Clarke. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. That's.
It's got a.
Well, it's that or Highland.
No, it's not Highline. It's
Arthur C.
Childhood-
Clarke. You're right. It's
yeah,
Arthur C.
yeah.
Clarke.
Thank you. I'm aware that I'm correct.
And I saw what you were
If I
talking.
ever say I'm pretty sure, that just means that I remember it that way in my very good memory, and that I didn't just literally confirm it like right now. If I ever say I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure. I'm not just blowing smoke.
Right.
What I
And
am
I-
doing is waiting for this goddamn distro to download.
I'm
You know,
almost
I
done.
figured since I've been testing out a bunch of Linux distros lately that you know, I haven't used Ubuntu in quite a few years. I did use Ubuntu server about 4 years ago, but like desktop I haven't touched in like fucking forever.
What
So I
did
was
I
just gonna
use?
give it a whirl. See what's new with it.
Yeah. I tried a Ubuntu distro long time ago. It was like back when OS X was starting to come out, because everybody at work thought it was OS X.
Sure.
And I
Sure.
said, no, this is just where they get all their ideas from.
Yeah, 100%. But then there was it Pear OS?
Mm.
Did you ever see Pear OS?
No, I saw Wine.
You go look, just do a search for Pear OS, PEAROS.
Free, easy, better. Pear OS is the free alternative to Mac OS while having the ability to enjoy all the advantages of an open source Linux distro. Oh, so these people were just like, we'll do it ourselves.
Oh man, do they not have?
By downloading Pear OS, you understand that I am not responsible about any data loss, error happens on your device. Please make sure
Look
to
up,
use the USB
look
drive.
up, look up Pear OS desktop pictures. Or yeah, you just click over to images.
Oh, they even got the wallpaper. There's the dock and everything. Yeah, they're just like, here you go. You're an OS X user. Here's the same thing.
Yeah. Like they basically, I mean, they made it look just like it. Like it's.
That's funny. They're even using some of the font. Oh, and instead of it being an apple, there's a pear, and they've got the gray formatting and stuff on it. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, people like their walled garden. I did like the Steve Jobs style speech of not adopting waterfall.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool.
I mean, it all comes down to, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? Like, I mean, it also depends on how many developers you got and like where things are going, right? Like, you know, like, I mean, shit, dude. Like, I mean, I basically just work alone all the time on all my projects, so it's just me out there doing shit, you know. Yeah, I'm not 100% sold on Claude. You know, like you know, yeah, I'm not 100% sold on Claude. It's just
Why not?
like
What's the drawback? What's the trade-off?
I want it to be more like DeepSeek,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Do you use the free version of DeepSeek like I do, or do you got the paid version? Do you have a premium?
there's only the free version of
Oh,
DeepSeek.
okay.
I mean, if there was a paid version of DeepSeek with more features,
Yeah.
they would have my money already,
Right,
right?
right, yeah.
Like, I legitimately think there's something special in their sauce, right? Like they're doing like some of the stuff came out like they had a novel approach to training, right? They published their weights, which is super impressive and generous, right? Like a lot of
Right.
people don't do that. Um, it, I DeepSeek seems to intuitively present the type of response that I'm more apt to appreciate, right?
Yeah.
Um, like it's gonna have things be more considered. It seems like it's going to. Um, I find it has a tendency to also um, present like alternative like viewpoints or a way of like of viewing something or approaching something, which
Yeah.
that's what I if I'm brainstorming or working on, that's exactly what the fuck I want you know one of my employees
Right.
or any system that I'm working in to do, right?
Yeah.
That adds
What is the
value.
nuance? Yeah. What is the nuance? What are the
Yeah,
alternatives?
like
Yeah.
I feel like with Claude, like it's like they have it so either locked down or it's like lobotomized and it won't anticipate fucking anything. But it is I'm sticking with it and I'm trying I do think it writes good code or decent acceptable like starting code
Yeah.
that is
You
I
don't
haven't
do
done it. It's up there with Gemini, right?
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I haven't I now I mean my testing isn't exhaustive or anything like that and you know like it's clearly like there's a large portion of its fine tuning that is for that, right?
Right.
Where like I don't know what the kind of core philosophy behind DeepSeek's kind of stuff was, right? Where they you know it I actually just had an idea here. Let's see. Here we're gonna uh I really like we're gonna play the we're gonna play feed the sausage to the pig game. Uh you there?
I am. I muted my mic.
Speaking of, I need my medicine also.
It's time to turn the brain off. It's time to went hard today.
I really like how DeepSeek approaches its prompt completion. Explain to me in detail the nuance in how DeepSeek approaches
Okay, ChatGPT has a much shorter context window. DeepSeek Chat supports up to 128K context length, meaning I can remember and process much longer conversations or documents in a single session. I have observed that. In fact, I was just explaining that to a viewer earlier today when they were asking me, why do you use DeepSeek for some things and ChatGPT for others? And it's like, because if I need length, I'm going with DeepSeek.
Well, the other one too is so Claude's context window is 200,000 tokens.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I can also upload files to it. It is. I think Claude is the largest of them.
Well, that's got to be beneficial.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, we'll see. Like, I'm slowly. I'm working on a thing with it to build up I'm gonna see, where it starts to break down a little bit.
Right.
Like it's, I think it's. I mean, it's not fair because I'm not I'm not comparing apples to apples, but um, like if I'm like revising something, it like I think about it, like I tell it just like I'd be telling another like developer, like, "Hey, okay, I want you to flip this around, move this up to here, fix this spacing, like that, but
Yeah.
I'm giving it like very concrete, like I want exactly this, right?
Right.
And I found that in code revisions that Gemini struggled a little bit more. Granted, it was a different framework that it was using, but they're both building web apps.
Right.
And regardless, and on and for it, I was also having it do it in the Google. I was having it do it in God, what is it called? Um, the not Moment, Google.
Docs.
No. The web framework. Material, right? Yeah. So I think, hold on. It's Material Design. Hold on. Google Material Design. Yeah, Material Design 3. Which I'll send to you on Discord. So that is Google's kind of like open source, like kind of like web framework, right? For like building websites, like another one that's out there that's been around for a long time that's super popular is Bootstrap, right? Bootstrap was originally created by Twitter like years and years ago. It's like it's on Bootstrap 5, and there's always revisions. It's like 5 point whatever now, and like every like revision, every like 5.1 was they're always adding like pretty major like web stuff, and that's a lot of the web pages that you encounter are using one of these frameworks, right? So,
Right.
or React or all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah,
But,
DeepSeek says it should be used for deep technical analysis coding or long documents, whereas
Sure.
I should use ChatGTP for creative writing, general chat, or open AI ecosystems.
it was I was asking them asking about ask it asking about all the major LLMs that are available, and ask it to give you a detailed analysis of which ones are best for coding under which circumstances. Wow.
Here's the prompt I fed it. What are all the major LLMs available, and give me a detailed analysis for which is best for coding and under what specific circumstances. Present a high-level answer in a grid table format for easy viewing, then go into details via text below.
Okay.
And wow, it's spit this out.
Yeah.
It's got like
It-
little
it-
columns
DeepSeek
and
is also
everything.
really good
Yeah.
at tables too. I found.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's way better at tables, right?
Yeah, you were right about Gemini.
Part of it is like and some of they all seem to have like outdated information because Gemini 2.5 is out at least in testing, right? And I have access to it.
Oh yeah.
And Claude is on 3.7 now, and it's. I will say, Claude is definitely very fast, like shockingly fast. It doesn't seem to do like it's only you know how like your instance of chat GPT like you've given it like in chat window you've given it like commands to do things permanently, right?
Right.
You cannot do that with Claude.
You have to give it the prompt every single time.
Every single window. There's like a customization spot, so I might be able to stick things in there. But if I want to like build like an AI personality, like to like brainstorm with, or to like for whatever reason, I would literally have to copy and paste that in each time.
Oh.
Yeah.
Annoying.
Very annoying. So like. My experience with Claude has just been it feels high friction.
Okay. Did you ever hear of Minstrel 7B?
I've not tested it, but I have heard of it. Yes.
Okay. It says that it's efficient and good for small tasks.
Yeah. I don't want. No. I want.
It's not what we want.
That's not what I want. I want offline and powerful is what I want. But I am actually really curious about and hopeful for the Microsoft's 1-bit LLM. Did you hear about this?
No, what's that?
So, how much do you know about LLMs?
Probably more than the average Joe, but not a whole lot. I know enough about them to know I don't know shit.
Okay, so you know that they have weights, right?
Yes.
For
yes.
things.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And how
So
those associations.
weights,
right. Yeah.
Yeah. So those weights are stored as either a 32-bit number or a 64-bit number, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Depending on, most often 64, right? And that's how they end up taking up so much size, right? You're storing trillions and trillions of these numbers, right?
Right.
And and updating them, and there's a lot going into it. And so Microsoft reduced that down all the way to a single bit, just like basically 1 or 0, and it trained it that way, and rather than quantizing it afterwards. They call it BitNet, right? Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Tom's Hardware. Microsoft Research has built a 1-bit AI LLM with 2 billion parameters. A model small enough to run on some CPUs. BitNets use 1-bit weights with only 3 possible values: -1, 0, and +1. Technically, it's a 1.58-bit model due to the support for all 3 values. It saves a lot of memory compared to mainstream AI models with 32 or 16-bit floating point formats. Oh, okay. This mentions 16, not 64. Interesting. Allowing them to operate much more efficiently and requiring less memory and computational power. BitNet simplicity has one drawback, though. It's less accurate compared to large area models. However, it's up on Hugging Face for people to mess around with. But allegedly, it's pretty good.
So I said, give me an essay that points out the narrative differences between the Foundation television series and the Foundation books. Explain how some characters are entirely misconceptualized, their personality and approach to things is different, and how this changes the overall narrative and themes that the original author was trying to convey. I'm gonna read through this real quick because I'm halfway through the second season of the Foundation TV series, and I know why you don't like it. They did it for it's like an emotional roller coaster, and that's not what the books are. That's not what the books are. Isaac Asimov's Foundation series is a cornerstone of science fiction renowned for its grand historical sweeps, cerebral storytelling, and exploration of psychohistory, a mathematical discipline that predicts the future of large populations. The television adaptation by Apple TV, while visually stunning and ambitious, significantly deviates from Asimov's original vision in terms of narrative structure, characterizations, and thematic focus. These changes alter the essence of the story, sometimes misconceptualizing key characters and shifting the philosophical underpinnings of the saga. Yes. Very much so. Number 1, narrative structure. A shift from macro history to personal drama. That is probably the best way to put it.
What would you say?
Oh, the difference between the Foundation television series and the book, if it could be surmised, would be narrative structure. A shift from macro history to personal drama. That's about as breathed as you can get with that. Harry Seldon changes from a visionary scientist to a mystical figure. Salvar Hardin, from political strategist to action hero.
Yeah.
The Mule, prematured introduction and altered role. Yeah. Thematic shifts from determinism to free will. Yeah, it's just... I can see why people who haven't encountered the books would think it's science fiction-y, but it's not. It ain't Asimov. I just started the Steel Caves audiobook. I don't think I've ever actually read his the robot series. So I'm probably gonna get into that.
It's a unified series, so.
What is the explain to me? Book Steel Caves. Tell me about the series. Is part of. Oh, it's the first in the robot series. Okay, good. That's what I thought it was. The Naked Sun, The Robots of Dawn, and then Robots at Empire. Okay.
I haven't read them in forever.
Well, I ain't got nothing better to do. or at least, but when it's time to wind down for the night and I need to turn my brain off, and
you could learn Python if you wanted to. I'll send you a course for LLM stuff. Be a good way for you to get started.
Okay. Okay, well I can do that not this late at night.
No, that's fair. That's totally fair.
Let me go check the air fryer. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, I'm gonna let the chicken rest, and I'll make myself a plate in about 15 minutes.
Nice. I just had DeepSeek give me a set of instructions so I can feed it to another LLM to have it behave more like it.
Yes, that's how you do it.
So I just put those instructions in Claude.
And now Claude's working the way you want.
Well, we'll see. I'm just testing it by asking. So I just gave it a prompt that what would be good to do. I'm like, oh, I am gonna need to. I do want to redo my home network. Because all the stuff I have is getting old, and I just need something that has. I need to reorganize everything, and it's just the right time for it, right?
Right.
So,
right.
I don't have an easy way to set up like VLANs at the moment, and I just want to fully segment everything out and have a couple separate like lab networks, so I can do testing and stuff. And I'd really also like to be able to have secure remote access to my home network as well. And that's a pretty common service offering these days. So the time is now. So I just fed all that information into it, and we'll see. I didn't define how I would want it to approach it. I just said I need a new home network. I already have a cable modem. I need everything after that: firewall, router, access point. I need to be able to have secure remote access to my home network, and it needs to be support VLAN segmentation. And I told it what all the VLANs will be. And then I give it. Then I also told him, give it rough information about the size of my place, and that a single powerful AP would be sufficient. So.
Isn't it great how much stuff you can get done if you know what you're doing?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you have a pretty good idea, you can still get it to fill in some of the gaps.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the other thing is too, really, this is just saving me, because otherwise I'm gonna go spend 8 to 28 hours reading about all the product that I haven't directly worked with in the last 2 years, right?
Right.
And just to, I'm not worried about how to configure anything. Even if some of it's a little rusty, I've never had an issue looking up things or whatever. So
right. I'm actually going to give it now that I know it, now that I am reminded that it does long documents really good, I'm going to have it pretend like you're my editor. Like you are my editor, and provide me feedback on this video essay. I want to know what is strong, what is okay, what is weak. The idea is to educate the gamer consumer base on software development and project management principles. So the industry as a whole can move away from waterfall development and expectations development and the expectations it creates into a more agile Focused development standard. Oh, I guess I could. There you go. I asked it to analyze the essay and then give me feedback on it. I'm like, okay, like rewrite this section for me.
Oh, really? Which section is it rewriting?
All of it.
Oh.
The anecdote went on right.
Which essay is this?
This is the
Waterfall one?
Well, I guess you could call it that. It's more of like a yeah, I guess it is the waterfall one because it's like let's get away from waterfall. It's we should not have.
Well, I mean, really, so really, what you're talking about is project management methodology for software development.
Right.
There you go. Oh, you know what? I need to see if if my CPU is back in stock anywhere.
Man, it does not do a good job of rewriting essays, let me tell you. I mean, it's given me like a great outline, and it's given me like good points and but it does not do like create. It is not for creative writing. It is not. This is not for creative writing.
No. Outlines, yes. Research, yes.
Right. Creative writing, video essays, no.
I can throw it in Claude if you'd like.
Nah, I think I'm just being lazy right now because I'm tired. I'll take another stab at it all tomorrow. Oh, well, here, I'll send it to you. If you want.
I'm also kind of curious how it'll do.
Here.
And I don't have.
Here you go. I'll send it to you on Discord. I'm gonna go grab some chicken. I'll be right back.
Okay. Man, oh man. I just want to download it. Like,
How'd it do?
Well, I asked it to do analysis first, right?
Yeah.
And I've asked it to rewrite it yet, but so I asked it to do an analysis of it and provide that first, right? So it says strengths, strong narrative structure. The script flows logically, explaining Waterfall's history to its pitfalls, then introduces Agile as a solution with real-world examples, compelling examples, using contrasting case studies. Cyberpunk 2077 versus Baldur's Gate 3 effectively illustrates your points. Engaging tone, conversational style makes complex project management concepts accessible to a general audience. Personal connection in your section about your own workflow adds credibility and personalizes the content. Visual metaphors, the Gantt chart, quote, read, end quote, explanation, and bare romance Kaiban example are memorable and illustrative. Areas for improvement. Length and focus. At over 8,000 words, the script is quite long. Some sections, particularly the Gantt chart criticism, become repetitive.
Yeah, that can be consolidated.
Technical jargon density. While you explain terms, there are passages with high concentrations of PM terminology that might overwhelm viewers. Balance. The script is heavily critical of Waterfall without acknowledging situations where it might be appropriate. 4. Call to action clarity. The outro shifts between multiple calls to action. Watch live streams, join Patreon, like and subscribe. Missing perspectives. Limited discussion of mid-sized studios or hybrid approaches that work well. Recommendations. Tighten structure. Consolidate the 3 sections on Waterfall's problems, parts 1, 2, and 2B, into a more focused critique. 2. Add visual planning. Include notes for visuals and animations at key points to break up technical explanations. That's a great point. Strengthen transitions. Add smoother transitions between major sections. 4. Balance criticism. Include a brief section on when traditional approaches might be appropriate. 5. Simplify call to action. Focus on one primary next step for viewers. 6. Reinforce core message. Ensure each section clearly connects to your thesis about how development methodologies impact game quality. Would you like me to implement these recommendations in a revised script, or would you prefer I focus on specific sections?
Well,
yes, please.
yes, please.
Yes, please. Implement the recommendations in a revised script. Feel free to add any visual planning suggestions you have as well. Let's see what it does. Jesus Christ. Hold on. I don't know if this is from your script or if it put this in here. Imagine it's the 1970s. I'm sorry. Imagine it's 1970. Nixon is president. The Beatles have broken up. Bell bottoms are in.
Oh, that's me. I wrote that.
Computers are
Okay.
rare. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. There's no Dropbox, no GitHub, and certainly no Zoom. Teams work in the same building, maybe even in the same room. And when someone finishes a document, they print it out and walk it across the office.
Yeah, people don't know. They have no idea.
Oh, that's true. It's true.
But the narrative is like, hey, it's common, it's present day. We have the internet. You can get live feedback from 1 million fucking people instantly. Why aren't we using it more?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's completed it. We're gonna copy. Where did that go? I had this. Oh, there we go. Oh. See if that works for you. Oh, did it? Oh, hold on. Let me. God damn it. Hold on. There, I've just given you. I made a folder in my Google Drive said for next. Yeah, and so now I can just put anything in that folder or create a new file in that folder and just copy paste it for when we're
perfect.
moving. Where we're moving massive volumes of text back and forth.
There we go.
I'd be curious to think yeah. I mean, you'll know what parts to look at and know what it did better.
It's using a project management vocabulary word without describing what it was earlier in the essay. So it calls out the work in progress limit, but we didn't define that earlier.
Okay.
So I'll have to work that in there. But so far so good. I took care when writing this to make sure that things were explained before the vocabulary word was used.
Always nice to have a proofreader, though, right?
Yep.
Especially at 8,000 words.
Okay, this isn't bad. I think what I'll do is I'll look at this one side by side tomorrow when I'm fresh, and I'll be able to know what's what. Okay. I think it's night. I think I appreciate you sending me those 2 jobs, man. I'll apply to them first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, buddy.
And I'll see you same bat time, same bat channel tomorrow. Obviously, you've got all your work stuff you got to focus on and stuff. So you'll be around when you can. And
right,
I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in to hang out and chat with me for a little bit. It's
yes, sir.
It's good talking. It's good to talk to somebody. My roommate's got a girlfriend. I haven't seen him in like 2 months. I'm just here by myself. Which is fine. It's just I'm like, man, I'm saving money here, but I don't really have a social life.
Fair. Yeah. Yeah. It's fair. Real fair.
Yeah. All right, man. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brother. Sleep well, sir. Sleep well.
Take care. You too.